blessings going out tonight.
All right, prayers.
All right. 1, 2. Thank you very much. All right, welcome everybody. Thank you for attending this evening's regular business meeting for the Buffalo Board of Education. Could I ask everybody to rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please be seated. So that brings us to the board recognition portion of the evening. I believe that we have 2 recognitions tonight, and I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Williams. Dr. Williams, the floor is yours.
Testing. Good evening, everyone. It's good to see everybody. Tonight we have the distinct pleasure of congratulating a phenomenal team of champions. I'm told Section 6 football champions. Woohoo! Let's give it a hand. I'm told that they are the Far West Regional Champs and New York State finalists. And so we want to congratulate them, their coaches, and coaches. I want to bring forward the athletics director, our very own Buffalo Public Schools, Mr. Michael House.
All right, good evening, everyone. Thank you, Superintendent Williams, and all of our board members and community for this opportunity to be with you tonight. As you mentioned, we had history here in Buffalo this past football season. There were 3 distinct levels of adversity. The first one was COVID. Our student athletes, our parents, our community, our coaches had extreme challenges when it came to COVID. Please note that at the end of our 2020 fall football season, it was abruptly ended when our Lewis J. Bennett Tigers were told, you have 1 student athlete with COVID. There was a possible risk of exposure, and due to that 1 student, that we were not going to honor our appeal. As a district, we appealed to Section 6, to the state, and we requested, could you please allow us to play this game within the framework of the playoffs? Buffalo and the Lewis J. Bennett Tigers were denied. That there was the first level of adversity that these young men and our coaches faced. The second was this year, and this one was a challenge that's a national concern and obstacle that many of the pros, the WNBA, the NFL, and folks are exposing and bringing to the forefront of our communities, and that's DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. And board, we thank you for your advocacy and support with the challenges, Dr. Morrell and our cabinet for all that they do. But we faced unfair treatment this season.
Yes.
McQuaid football had 13 individuals with COVID. A court injunction was filed. There was a halt put to the Lewis J. Bennett season. We then had to figure out what we were going to do, how we were going to practice, how could we keep our players safe. One COVID case compared to 13, and all of a sudden the playoff rules changed in front of us, and that wasn't what was published by the New York State High School Association. That brought major concerns to us. Coach McDuffie, his team, the school board, our administration, Mayor Brown, everyone came together, again, fighting for fair treatment, for equity, for inclusion of all. We felt those challenges. Then the third, we play in the toughest football region in New York State. Lewis J. Bennett High School is a Class AA, and they face night in and night out some of the best football across the state. And so this team here faced those three, unbelievable challenges and continued to persevere. Coach McDuffie, Coach, and your staff and coaches, all right, you are a great developer. All right, at the end of the day, he's a character builder. He does whatever it takes to get the kids in the weight room. So we all know that sometimes our chief engineers are very protective of their buildings, and they work with us and support us, but at the same time they make sure they're secure. And Coach, we know that you're over there flipping the latches on the windows for those early morning Saturday practices, and somebody's going through the window to get you in on time a little bit earlier than the engineer arrives. So we appreciate you, and that's the essence of a public school. And we know that you keep the lights on, you keep the kids engaged and involved at all times. So thank you. You're great at high expectations. You set the standard so high for your student athletes, and you elevate and don't budge. You bring your kids up to that standard of excellence. And then leadership. Again, you coach up your coaches. You got a great staff, assistant coaches. We appreciate you. You guys stick together. You support our young men. And day in and day out, you're working hard, developing. Principal Alvarez. Principal Alvarez also needs to be commended. He's leading the way for the district. He again sets those high academic expectations, and he's working with our young men on eligibility. And we're proud to say that we have several student athletes that will be signing scholarships over the next 2 years coming out of Lewis J. Bennett. So our board, we also want to thank you. You've been so supportive in our administration here at the district. We really appreciate you, specifically Board Member Kottman and Board Member Hurd. Thank you for your motherly and fatherly support and going the extra mile to make sure that our young men and teams are cheerleaders as well. And BTF, we want to thank them as well for their support and providing us other resources that we need during that difficult time. We played 3 games within 10 days, and no other team in the state had to face that challenge. When they were moving and manipulating the schedule, we played a schedule that no others played. So, yes. Coach McDuffie, if you'd like to come up for some kind words, and then I'll turn it back over to the board, and then we'll take pictures.
Yes. Come on, Duff.
First of all, thank you all. I'm really humbled by this. Thank you all.
First of all, I would just like to say I've been in high school, and everybody noticed about me. It's never been an I thing. It's never been a me thing. It's always been a we thing. And that's something that we go by at Bennett High School. So, with me saying that, if I forget anybody, because I'm all about the village approach. because without the village approach, I don't think, okay, that we can get our young men and young women to be the productive members of society that we need them to be. So it takes all of us. So if I forget anybody, please forgive me. Please forgive me. But before I move forward, I just want to thank, two of the board members. Ms. Cotman, you are our superstar. I really do. Here's why. People don't know this, but if I can get a second, I want to tell the history. When Bennett High School was about to close, she rallied to our protection. She kept and she fought for the school to remain open. At that time, my son was a part of the Bennett program, the one who's playing for the Green Bay Packers now. So, thank you for saving us, and thank you. You mean so much to me and to these kids because you teach us how to play chess, not checkers. Also, I would like to thank board member Herb. He's been an integral part of supporting us also. And he's been there firsthand with me through some of the battles. And his son, who I know who is his most prized possession. He gave me the opportunity to coach him, help mold him, and help him to become a better man. And he's there helping us every day. So Brother Hurd, I really appreciate it. Now I have to thank, Mr. Alvarez, who's not here. He's a great supporter, him, and the rest of the teachers who are so into these kids, along with our other administrators, Mr. Willer and Mr. Barton. They do an unbelievable job supporting our kids and supporting this football team. Day in and day out, I tell you, Mr. Alvarez, he may fuss at these kids, but they know that academics always gonna come first because there cannot be any football without the academics. That's why the student is in front of the athlete. So, you know what, Mr. Alvarez, I know you ain't here, but we really, really appreciate you. Now I would like to give my coaching staff a shout. So if all my coaches can stand up, these right here are the guys right here that put some love on our kids. And what's really unique about us is that we're not only coaches, but we're mentors. And our kids know that, they can give us their phone number. Chief Young is not here, but he's a part of the staff also, him and Lieutenant Craig. And if they have an issue at any time, they know if I look at my phone and it's 4 in the morning, I'll roll out my bed and I'll come to where they at. And they know if they ever in any heat at any time, you use us as the excuse because we coming to get you. So, right, I'm gonna start with Coach Cotman, who's like my left-hand man. During basketball season, I'm his Robin, and during football season, he's my Robin. So we kind of just roll together like that. Then I want to introduce Coach Jordan. He's been around the kids for a while. He's a mentor. They call him Daddy AJ. Coach Foster, right there. Coach Foster helps us with the special teams coordinator. My captain at the University of Louisville, we so honored to have him. Coach Blackford, he works with the DBs. The head coach of the JV right there, Coach Todd. Then we got Coach Badger, he's the offensive coach the offensive line on the JV. Then we have Coach Faison, he's, like my do-it-all. Now, here's what's unique about Bennett right now. My vision for the program is I want it to be all Bennett, okay? And I tell my kids this all the time. Okay, so we have a number of kids in college, and we want to turn the program over to them. I want the next head coach to be one of my disciples. I want the next principal to come from that football team. I want the next vice principal to come from that football team. Because we're going to invest in Bennett, and they're going to invest in themselves, and they're going to give the kids the same opportunity that I gave them. Then we have Coach Scott, who's a great friend of mine, played together at the University of Buffalo for over 30 years, and we have Coach Clemens. So everyone, I would just like to say thank you. And as of right now, every kid knows that you're going to college. You're going to college somewhere. Every kid knows you're going to graduate from high school. That's just the standard. But when our good friend, Mr. House, who I have to talk about right now, he has given me so much support. He has given me more support in his 2 years that I have ever had with any AD in the past. And I mean it. We have to find a way to hold on to him. We got to visit. He's doing great work. And he talking about, I do sneak in the windows, but what y'all don't know, he might be right over here, right behind me, saying, yo, go ahead, I got your back. I got your back. So, what everybody don't know as of right now, for next year, we already got 7 kids that got Division I offers. But that's not good enough. That's not good enough. Well, I want to see 10 or 12. We need $6 million worth of scholarship money. Not $4 million, we need $6 million. So thank you, very humble by the honor. And next year we know, since 90% of the kids return, we're going to try to put the work in where we can stand at the top of the mountain. And please, everybody, come out and be a part of it, because once again, we have a program now here in the city of Buffalo that is the best program here in Western New York. So please come out and be a part of it, and we really, really appreciate y'all. And the last thing I have to say, if any parents are listening, please do not be afraid to send your children to Bennett High School. That's right. They will be cherished. We will take care of them. And to all of the parents who have sent their kids to me, thank you, and I am honored for taking care of your most prized possession. Thank you, everybody. I'm very humble. Have a good day.
Do we have someone who could take a picture? We'd like to take a picture with the team and the coaches.
I think we can stay there.
Come on,
No,
Mr.
wait a
Barnes.
minute, pick up, stay there and let them stand up and we'll stand in front of them. How's that? That's good. That works out better. Because we don't have space up in here. Careful here. Watch this. All right.
Well, I have one, but it's.
disrespect every year. Every year they disrespect us. Every year we write the check, give them a check, and they continue to disrespect our kids. Sick of it.
All right, we're going to continue on with some congratulations. I'd like to ask our Associate Superintendent of Cultural and Linguistically Responsive Teaching Practices to come forward, Dr. Fatima Morale. Yesterday, she facilitated a phenomenal event, and it's called the Urban Forum. That was her 7th year facilitating that event. She brings in nationally renowned speakers, and they are not only educating our children, they're educating us and parents and families also. So Dr. Morrell, I'm going to turn things over to you.
Thank you so much, Madam Superintendent. President Petrucci, esteemed Board of Education members, Madam Superintendent and district community, thank you for the privilege to make the tremendous donation of Mrs. Nicole Hannah-Jones part of the public record of the Buffalo Board of Education. In taking from the resolution, I submit that Professor Hannah-Jones served as keynote at Urban Forum 2021 and delivered a riveting speech centering the legacy of enslavement and its impact on American history and culture, and the triumphs and strengths of African Americans in their contributions to American society. And Mrs. Hannah-Jones, a Pulitzer Prize-winning author and journalist, and recent NAACP Image Award winner, donated her Buffalo Public Schools speaking fee back to the Buffalo Public Schools. And the donation has been issued by check to be evenly distributed to support the development and progress of 2 parent organizations, one at Harvey Austin School number 97, and the other at Math, Science, Technology Preparatory School number 197. And Mrs. Hannah-Jones has demonstrated her commitment to Buffalo City School District and the children and families we serve. She found her purpose in the creation of the 1619 Project, and the students, parents, and staff members of Buffalo Public Schools are seeing the benefits of her work on a daily basis. And so it is resolved, Board, that we please receive and show deep appreciation for her donation. And the Office of Culturally and Linguistically Responsive Initiatives is committed to the work and the continued evolution of this emancipated mindset towards educating our children, parents, and staff through professional development opportunities, culturally responsive curriculum delivery, and groundbreaking instructional programs for scholars, as well as the continuation of the edification of the voices of our parents and caregivers through Mrs. Hannah-Jones's kind-hearted goodwill. And we accept and appreciate what such a generous and worthy donation to the Buffalo Public Schools, and we hope that you do also. I thank you. We have here a thank you letter to be signed by our esteemed board president, as well as our magnificent Madam Superintendent. And it will be promptly delivered to Mrs. Hannah-Jones with your approval. Thank you.
Do we have any questions? Yes, Mr. Hurd.
Thank you for your work, Dr. Fatima Morel. And I would like to ask the board also that thank you. We can possibly send some flowers this is Dr. Kenny Jones for knowledge of Buffalo Public Schools and also help us in our curriculum and see on the department. And this that help which of course brings a victory to our schools and our districts. So I was asking if it's possible we can also send some flowers also.
Thank you, Mr. Hurd.
Yes, I believe that's possible, Mr. Hurd. That's a great suggestion. Thank you. Anyone else? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So at this point in the evening, we come to the superintendent's update. So Dr. Williams, this is your first update. We're all looking forward to it.
All right. Thank you, Board President. Edmure, if you could put up the slide for moving to the next level. So good evening, everyone. It is my pleasure to offer my very first interim superintendent update. And I wanted to start off by sharing that under my administration, it is time for our district to move to a new level. So we've had an education bargain that has framed a lot of our work. And there were 6 tenets that we really focused on in the education bargain. And you will see at the bottom, we started with rigorous early elementary education, strong community schools, innovative high schools, offering extended learning excellence for all of our students, services for our neediest children and families, and then renewing our relationship with our teachers and principals. What we did not have in our tenets, and which now brackets our work, is a renewed relationship with our families and students. And I'm very serious about that. We also are fortifying connections with our community partners. That's very, very important. In order for us to achieve what we have in those 6 tenets, we have to bracket it with our parents and students and the work and expertise that our community bring to us. We've also changed the renewing our relationship with our teachers and principals to reviving our relationship with our teachers and principals. And so the board had input into this. The executive team that sits to my right had input into this, as did I. And one of the things I'm just going to read, we're focusing all staff, all families, all students, and all of our partners on an equitable, inclusive, and high-quality education that is every child's civil right. And our district, families, students, and community stakeholders must work together collectively, now speaking with one voice, focusing on one mission to achieve one vision, to achieve one mission, which is to ensure that the brilliance of our children, all of our children, is realized and celebrated every single day in all of our Buffalo Public Schools. That's what we will be working on. We have 4 areas that we want to work together with this community. If there are parents listening, we want to work with you to ensure that we are focusing on safety and wellness, that we are continuing to advance a curriculum that engages our students, that includes our core curriculum, as well as Dr. Morel's work with the cultural and linguistically responsive initiatives. We want to now focus on implementing purposeful recruitment so that we are putting a diverse, qualified workforce in front of our children in schools, and finally, we will be advancing opportunities for community and family engagement. That's our work. That's going to be our work. I also want to share that under my administration, we recognize that we have not been able to hire as many bus aides as we would like to have on our buses. We'd like to have a bus aide, maybe 2, on all of our buses. No question. But what I will share is that under the leadership of Ms. Holly McGee, who is now working with our Human Resource Department, we are very focused on hiring additional bus aides for our school buses. I will share that we have right now 17 additional bus aides that are awaiting the fingerprinting process. We are working with our mayor of the city to expedite that process. We want these 17 individuals on our buses ASAP. And so we're working with the mayor to make sure that happens. We have a rolling application process. If there are people who are listening, who are interested in becoming bus aides, please visit our website, www.buffaloschools.org. We will walk you through the process. So we are working on that. I want to share a quick update on Mckinley High School. McKinley is well. McKinley is well. It's an example of when the community and the staff and the parents wrap their arms around the school, what can happen. Things are well. The principal, Mr. Khalil, has been meeting individually with students and families. Our associate of school leadership, Ms. Wilson, starts her day every day over at McKinley to make sure that the arrival is orderly, it's warm, it's welcoming. So I just want to share that McKinley as well, they have revised some teachers and teacher aide duties to make sure that the hallways are manned. In fact, she shared with me that one of the students said, man, everywhere we go, there's an adult. You know, we can't get away with anything anymore. So the children are in their classes and they are learning. The staff is pleased and McKinley is well. McKinley is well. The good news continues. We heard the community. I said that we would be speaking with one voice, one vision, one mission. We've heard from the community that they want to see after-school programming in our schools. And our Chief Academic Officer, Ms. Botticelli, convened a task force. They've been busy. They've met a couple of times, and already they've come up with a resolution or a solution to some of the issues that some of the infrastructural issues that we were facing. And I'm pleased to share that on April 4th, we will begin in 17 of our schools, which is elementary schools, which is almost 1/2 of our elementary schools, after-school programming for walkers and for children who can get a ride home. They are continuing to meet so that we can expand that, but this is a start, and I'm excited about that. Thank you, Chief Botticelli. Just a couple more. We have opened our buildings to visitors, our school buildings. We realize how important it is to have our partners in buildings, and most importantly, to have our parents and caregivers be able to attend parent-teacher conferences and access schools. And so we have opened up our buildings as of March 7th, last Monday. There are still mitigation safety guidelines that we're asking for everyone to adhere to, like temperature reading, completing health screenings, and those kinds of things, but we have opened the buildings. We also, we're coming up to a time where it's prom season. And so we will be allowing our students this year, it's been a couple of years since they've been able to, experience proms and to have theater productions and all of those things. So I signed off this week, and we will be also opening our building to some of those events. So I'm very, very excited that we will again have graduation, we will have proms, we will have theater events. We have some coming up in the near future. So I'm very excited about that piece. Let's see here. So we know that the COVID virus, although the numbers are decreasing, it continues to be active. And there is a new strand that is out there. It's called B2. And it's a sister strand to the Omicron virus. And so we're still working with our medical advisory team that is led by Dr. Dennis Quo. And I spoke with Dr. Quo today. And what he shared is that although this new variant is more transmittable, it is also receptive to the current vaccines and boosters that are out there. And so if you are vaccinated and have had the booster, that it will be effective in mitigating or lessening some of the symptoms. He shared that right now, in the hospital, what they're seeing is an uptick with the cold and with some respiratory things, but not with COVID. And I'm pleased to say that our numbers reflect decreases in the cases of COVID. So I'm pleased to see that happening also. I have been very active in the community. I have been on a couple of radio shows. I've been going to some schools. It's very exciting. Visiting some churches, met with the DPCC and some parent groups. Going this weekend to meet with a few more. I'm planning an exciting listening tour. We will have information out about that. I will be going to many districts represented by our board members. I want to hear from the community what their concerns are. That's how we develop a strategic plan. We don't just sit in a room by ourselves and develop a strategic plan. We want to make sure that we are responding to the needs of our community. It's asked for me to mention that the prom is only allowed. Someone asked a question, is it only allowed in schools? It will be open in other venues also. Okay. Oh, that's from our student rep. Thank you. So that completes my report.
All right.
All right, thank you very much. All good to hear. So at this time, it comes to the comments from speakers portion of the evening. So I'm going to start by, yes, Dr. Williams.
I do have, if you would indulge us for just a couple of minutes, I am very student-focused and community-centered. And so I like to always have something offered whenever we're convening that highlights the work of our children. And so I believe we have something from school number 76, the Herman Bedelia School, that we would like to share with you, a video that they have created. John Gonzalez, who is the Associate Superintendent over that school, will say a few words.
Good evening, Board. Dr. Williams, thank you so much for this opportunity. I'll be really quick. Being here for the past 5 months, I'll tell you, coming from another large urban district, I have seen some phenomenal work in the Buffalo Public Schools. And I would be remiss if I wouldn't uplift the community of Herman Badilio Bilingual School. They are working very hard, and as I thought about the words of our speaker from the Urban Forum, and I'm paraphrasing, she said it was all too easy and too prevalent for the challenges of an urban district to be highlighted by our media and our community. So I want to take this opportunity to highlight the positive work of a school community that is doing phenomenal things. Please enjoy this video.
Herman Badilio Bilingual Academy is known as the birthplace of bilingual education in Buffalo, New York, offering native Spanish-speaking students a transitional biliteracy program that supports English language development while preserving their home language.
Here at the school, we have 30% of the students that are Hispanics. We mostly Hispanics from Puerto Rico, and we have the population from Cuba and Mexico. But we have teachers and students from other parts of the world, so we try to make our school multicultural, making it seem like everybody feels accepted, everybody feels intellectually safe.
Talking, not fighting. Pero para hacer la escena yo tengo un buen promedio y asumo muy pocos. En la escuela se empieza mayormente a pasar este grado y tener una high school life good.
I went to when I went to some testing. I also pursued into classrooms to do observations or corrective routines. Kids also come to see me when they're in crisis or they might have questions about something they've seen on the news, so we kind of talk that out. I've had teachers that I check in with to see how they're doing, how things are going at home.
En la escuela, como educadora, represento muchas cosas, muchos roles con los estudiantes. Depende de la necesidad del estudiante. Si la necesidad es emocional, si la necesidad es social, de desarrollar habilidades, pues yo hago grupos en mi oficina. Los llamamos bunch lunch, grupos de niños, pueden ser uno a uno, pueden ser con un compañero de la clase. Ellos vienen en mi oficina y esto depende del referido de la maestra, si necesitan ayuda. Yo los llevo y simplemente tienen almuerzo conmigo, los niños, hacemos juegos, hacemos arte y descubro la habilidad que tienen ellos. Dependiendo de estas habilidades, yo los llevo a la academia, que son las Saturday Academy, la academia sabatina, donde yo hago service, encuestas a los estudiantes y veo qué habilidad ellos tienen. Pues si es pintar, pues yo llevo esta actividad a la academia de los sábados. También desarrollo otro tipo de actividades con personas que trabajan fuera de la escuela, que son intervenciones como Buffalo State College, New York State Mentoring, mentores que vienen a la escuela y le ayudan a los estudiantes. Específicamente ahora estamos trabajando con este programa con 7 y 8. En los programas sabatinos, las academias, incorpora, este sábado pasado tuvimos alrededor de 10 actividades que los padres pueden trabajar con los niños, los jóvenes tienen actividades, los abuelos, diferentes actividades que hacen la familia progresar y estar unidas. We work very directly with attendance when the students are here, and we try to be on task, making phone calls to the moms to make sure that to find out why are the children at the school.
Thank you to the Herman Badilio Bilingual Academy staff for making our students their #1 priority.
Thank you for that, Mr. Gonzalez. And under my report, the final piece, you've heard a lot about safety and security being a priority focus for me as interim superintendent. And so it is my pleasure to bring up Dr. Cassandra Wright, She has done so much with respect to safety and security. You're going to hear a quick update on where we are in our district with partnering with some very important folks to address some of the concerns that impact our schools and students. Dr. Wright?
Good evening, Board President, board members, Madam Superintendent. Buffalo Public Schools is a great place to work and to learn. I'm reflecting over the celebrations that we've had over the past couple of weeks. Buffalo Public Schools, Community Schools, was recognized in the NYSET Union, so much so that the state wants to grant us millions more dollars so that we can expand the community school model. We just witnessed Coach McDuffie talk about our AA championship winners and all of the adversity that they overcame with the rigging of the schedules. And those young men played their hearts out and won. I'm so proud of our kids. Let's give them a hand again. You just saw this really amazing video that our Associate of School Leadership created with the Herman Badillo team. We also know that there's another narrative out there about Buffalo Public Schools. We know that there tends to be this marginalization of urban education, and we know that there are voices out there that like to depict Buffalo Public Schools and other urban agencies as being substandard or violent. That's not true. We have data. Next slide, please. We have data, hard data, not just me speaking from my heart, but hard data that speaks otherwise. I know the images that continue to be played over and over and over again on YouTube, on Snapchat, on the news. I know about those images. But let's also celebrate the 92.89% of our students who have never, ever, ever received a short-term suspension. Let's celebrate them. And how about the 97.68% of our students who have never, ever, ever received a long-term suspension? Let's celebrate them. All right. Now, I do want to acknowledge we have 2.4% of students that require our love, care, attention, and structure. And as the superintendent has stated over and over and over again, in this school district, the number one priority is to take care of people's children. Our number one priority is to make sure that children come into our buildings and are safe and go home and are better. That's what we want to do. And we are able to do this for the vast, overwhelming majority of our children through relationships with teachers, our phenomenal principals, our outstanding student support services, our security officers that we're short-staffed about. But let me digress for a hot second about the security officers. I'm so excited to partner with Tammy McGee, the new Associate Superintendent for HR. She and I have already been able to be creative in how we are going to address our security officer shortages. We are going to have rolling interviews. Over the next 2 days, I will be, along with my team, interviewing 16 candidates for security officers, and we will be interviewing candidates for security officers each and every week. The superintendent has given me permission to hire at least 40 new security officers because our schools deserve that. For the security officers that we already have, I want you to know that your safety and security matters to me as well. I know that we're short-staffed, and you show up each and every day to protect our children. I appreciate you, we appreciate you, and we're going to get you more help because you deserve it. With our security staff and our principals, we have protocols that are in place to ensure that our children are safe during emergencies, like shelter in place, lockout, lockdown. But I have to tell you that one of the most important reasons we are able to keep children, faculty, staff, community members within our walls safe is because of our very strong and essential community partners. I can't say enough about our school resource officers. Tonight we have Lieutenant Craig, Chief Young, and Lieutenant Craig and I think you heard Chief Young talk about Chief McDuffie. Talk about the fact that Chief Young and Lieutenant Craig also work with the Bennett football team. Officer Badger as well. So we have school resource officers that not only patrol to keep our children safe, but they also immerse themselves within the school communities to make sure that they have connections to schools, to children. We have and I want for our school resource officer that is here today to be able to speak to that. But I also, before she comes, I also want to introduce to you the new chief of the NFTA. Let's congratulate Chief Brian Patterson. So when we talk about safe passage, we have collective law enforcement agencies working with us because they too agree that our children are so precious, they deserve to be kept safe. And they have partnered with us in a way that is absolutely historic. And then we have Pastor Giles and the Peacemakers. Immersed, long-standing community members who know the children's neighborhoods, who knows the names of their parents, and who are simply unafraid to go wherever the children are. So when you are hearing verbiage about our schools, what I want you to remember most is that we believe that our Buffalo Public Schools is a phenomenal and awesome place to work and to educate children, and we have data that proves it. We acknowledge and are not ignoring the fact that there is a small percentage that are struggling, but what we want you to also know is that children are precious, they are sacred. We're not throwing any child away. What we are going to do is make sure that we partner with as many people who will partner with us to make sure that we keep them safe. So, Lieutenant Craig, do you want to go first? Okay. Can we go to the next slide? I want to introduce Chief Patterson, who's going to talk about our partnership with NFTA. Welcome, Chief Patterson.
Good evening to the board. It's a pleasure to be here tonight. To introduce myself is the, yep, it's okay. I apologize. Am I there now? Yeah. Okay. It's a pleasure to be here to introduce myself as the new NFTA Transit Police Chief. More importantly, though, I'm a father of 3 boys. We live in the city, and my boys attend Buffalo Public Schools. So. So my presence tonight is including public service, it's personal. And so I come to you with that spirit. When I received a call from Dr. Wright regarding collaborating on school safety, I couldn't wait to get involved. For so many reasons, but primarily I believe pathways. Kids leave their homes, leaving the home door to the school door, they must be safe. The pathway is so important in terms of school safety. And for many of you may recognize the NFTA in terms of the police service we provide for buses and the railway. But if you fly out of here, at the Buffalo Airport, that's also our jurisdiction, as well as the Niagara Falls International Airport. So we have quite a wide range of jurisdiction to cover in terms of safekeeping people who travel. But what we have committed to do, and working in collaboration with the community partners, notably the peacemakers and my family members, the Buffalo Police Department, is to really understand what we all have to offer in terms of resources, and then to stretch our resources to fill in the gaps for the limitations that we all might have. And we're doing that. And I think what's been amazing about this collaboration is being led by Dr. Wright, is the spirit of it. You know, collaboration is difficult. It is tough. It's easy to talk about it, but it's very tough to do. And with Dr. Wright's leadership, we've been able to kind of cut down the barriers and say, what's the heart of the matter? What is it that we have to, what can I provide for you? And we've done that. Now, without giving away too much of our strategy, there's three major points, and I think I'm touching on one: partnership. We're committed to partnering with the Buffalo Public Schools, other community stakeholders, to ensure our kids are safe to and from school. We're committed to making sure we have a presence. It matters when our youth see adult supervision, whether it's in the form of a police officer or a caring adult. And you'll see some more innovations as we get rolling that capture that. And then lastly, accountability. And I think Dr. Wright talked about some hard numbers. I think as this collaboration grows and as we tweak it, we will be able to measure and come back and report our progress in terms of disordered activity we're seeing, but more importantly, be able to report some good outcomes. And we will use several ways and means of doing that. So this is kind of a quick three-pronged approach. I think I'm here more or less to just to reiterate our commitment to safeguarding our children and letting you know that the NFTA is committed to doing so. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Wright, and everyone here for allowing me to speak quickly. I will be quick, just in representation of Chief Young, who couldn't be here tonight, for Buffalo Police School Resource Officers. It is always a pleasure to, you can't hear me? Okay. Is this better? All right, I'm going to take that as a yes. So on behalf of Chief Young and the Buffalo Police Department School Resource Unit, I am here in his absence. He couldn't be here, but obviously he is just as committed to being a part of this team and partnership as I am and the rest of the SROs. We are elated and privileged to work with Dr. Wright. Her leadership is unfounded. It speaks volumes on where this district is and this administration, who's leading it, and the fact that all of us in the SRO unit feel privileged to work under and with this administration. I think everyone here should feel very safe and secure in knowing that these are the people that are running the district now. We are very proud to work with them. In terms of our partnership, obviously, with the district and Dr. Wright, it is a very strong and committed partnership. We have obviously been here for a while. Our district has seen some ups and downs, and we have not wavered in making sure that we will do everything that we can to make sure that the district is safe. Our unit is comprised of all SRO officers who are nationally certified as SROs. Most of us are at least graduate level educated, so we have everything from nurses to social workers. The chief actually has a background in social work. A lot of us are mentors and coaches. Chief and I are coaches as well. So we understand the commitment to the district. We are embedded in this district. We want to be here. Every SRO wants to be here. I make sure under Chief Young's leadership that we have consistent de-escalation training. All of us have crisis intervention training and are certified in that. It is a consistent effort for us to make sure that our schools are safe at all times, that our principals, our staff, and our students get what they need. So this unit, and I'm only here to tell you all this, we are committed to making sure that our schools, every school, everywhere and everyone inside those schools are safe. We want to create, develop, and continue to maintain a safe learning environment for every school. And that is what we're committed to do, especially with this administration. So thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening. Board President.
Pastor.
How you doing, Lou? And Dr. Williams, thank you all for listening. Esteemed board, I consider you family. People that are working toward a common well-being for this community, you're all family. We're all in this together. Over the last 2 or 3 weeks, probably even a little longer, I have been working with Dr. Wright, Ramona Reynolds, almost every day, Ramona and I together. And I have had opportunities to meet with principals, Chief Young and Lieutenant Craig. We have met with not just SRO officers, but we have been in schools. I've met with faculty. And what I'm seeing is an unprecedented move toward togetherness like I've never seen around this district, around this city, nowhere. I'm seeing the spirit of everyone that is connected to the district in any kind of way. I'm seeing a new revived interest and concern of working together. Like I've never, and I've been around Buffalo and Buffalo schools since 1975. My daughter graduated from Hutch Tech. My son graduated from Bennett. And I've never seen a collaborative effort toward a common cause and a common vision, even with your speech today, Dr. Williams. That is what we all are about. And I just stopped by to say, this district is well. It is well. I have seen, as I said, it's not really programs and policies and structure that makes a difference. It's people. And the people that I've met in the last 3 or 4 weeks, all of them, to a man or woman, and even children, are committed to not only making it safe, but committed to us working together so that they can achieve. And so we are going to have, peacemakers are going, and I want to thank the board for raising the contract dollar. I thank you very much for doing that. Kind of make some of my workers happy. And but we are going to have a presence in all the schools, and not just the 7 that are part of the contract. We're going to make sure the rails. Chief Patterson and I have been knowing each other for so many years. You know, we rock together. I was so glad to see him come aboard. We're going to make sure the rails are safe, right? The subways. Going to make sure that that's safe. As he said, pathways. You know, from their door to the school door, we're going to make sure all of that's safe. And when they exit, we want to make sure that they're able to get on to the next conveyance safe. And when we hear about that stuff, I got people that are the same age as the parents of the students. And they follow them on Facebook. And that's how they know about everything that's going on. These are the individuals that we're going to have in the school working with students. They know them. They went to school with their mothers. They went to school with their uncles. They went to school with their cousins, right? They went to the club with their uncles and all that kind of stuff. They know them, right? And so that's going to bridge a gap that, you know, not that the existing supportive services don't have, but sometimes they're associated with the school itself. And children can a little less willing to open up. But they open up to us. And we are going to make sure that each student, every student, is not only safe, but we're going to do something that Dr. Cass imparted in me that he would like to see in every student, that we would raise their self-esteem. And that we want to do that so that students can achieve, so that the district can be well, so that the community can relax, right? And not be so, throwing the rocks at us, right? So we want to make sure that everybody reaches that goal, that now we can see progress. Now we can see something happen. Those numbers, and I want you to know something. The 2.4% that are struggling, those children are deeply traumatized. I'm a counselor. I've been counseling 30 years and I've talked with many of them. They are hard to manage. So the existing structure, they've had their hands full, right? And sometimes people get through the cracks. But they've been able to get through the cracks because sometimes we haven't been working together. But this is not the case going forward. We are working together, and as a matter of fact, we like each other. And that is very important.
Our most important partner are our parents. I hope everyone had an opportunity to thoroughly peruse the letter that Dr. Williams sent home. And we're just asking for parents. So parent participation and engagement looks many different ways. As a person who worked for the board, I didn't have the ability to just leave my principalship and run to the school to see about my son. But my engagement was to make sure that I checked in with him and my daughter daily. I talked with them. I made sure I knew what was going on with their social media. They had me blocked, but I had friends that would watch them. So that's what you have to do.
That's right.
I knew my children, I could feel them. So I watched for signs of trouble. And then when I did see it, I was able to connect them with mentors who are still mentors in their lives right now. I had to work with school staff to encourage positive resolutions. My son in particular, he struggled for a little while. I got him hooked up with a positive mentor, and the suspensions stopped because the teachers knew that really what he wanted was a solid relationship and people to acknowledge who he was and that school was not easy for him. There are times when, as parents, we have to do the hard thing and pick up that phone and call 911 when we become aware of instances that really put our children's lives in jeopardy. So you've heard Lieutenant Craig speak about their national certification in being school resource officers. They're not coming to handcuff our kids. They're coming to seek positive resolutions. Okay. Moving forward, again, our superintendent said that she wants to hear from the community. She is making sure that student safety, faculty and staff safety, community safety is her #1 priority. So moving forward, she's requiring that each building has a very unique emergency response plan. We are going to be committing to partnering with a security company who will research our security needs about walkie-talkies. I already talked to you about our increased security staff led by Executive Director Chief Wagstaff. We're going to be investigating emergency door locking devices because we've heard the staff say that some of the doors are not secure. And we know that we have a shortage with locksmiths. So we have to look
above and beyond what we would normally do and figure out creative ways to resolutions. We want weapons detectors that are non-invasive, high-speed, and accurate. So when we think about weapons detectors, I want us to consider this analogy. You ever go through a neighborhood and you see people with bars all on their windows? You ever go to another neighborhood and you may see an ADT sticker in their window? There's a visceral response to what you see and feel when you go through hardened areas versus areas that are every bit as secure but are not hardened in appearance. And that's what we want. We do want weapons detectors because it's the day we live in. The children are able to access weapons. However, we don't want them walking through a penitentiary-like structure. We want it to be attractive, warm, and welcoming because our children are precious and they absolutely deserve it. So when we're thinking weapons detectors, I want people in the community to know we're not talking about iron gates. We're not talking about what you feel and see when you go into some of the court buildings. We're not talking about that at all. We've been doing our research. Camera upgrades and training for all of the staff. A visitor management system. And the final slide, Admir. It's okay. It's okay. Is that we want our buildings to look and feel secure, very secure, supportive, not hardened. So we are quite aware as educators and moms and dads and community workers, mentors, of the psychosocial environment that we want our children to be in. We want them to feel connected to schools like the Bennett team did. They've got a whole legacy plan. They're about to take over the school and be the administrators and the teachers and the new football coaches. That's what we want for our children in every school. We are concerned about student and staff well-being. And as the superintendent has said, we want enhanced parent and community engagement and relationships. We must, Dr. Nicole Hanna recognizes the work that we're doing here and is giving us a monetary donation towards the good work we have here. So we acknowledge that we need everything about our district to be culturally and linguistically relevant, intellectually rigorous, and engaging. So it's not a cliche to say it takes a village, particularly post-pandemic, after 2 years of being traumatized while living in abject poverty, while struggling with situations that we can't even imagine. It is time, and as you see from testimonials, that we've got relationships going where we are wrapping ourselves around our children. We do have work to do. We're not saying things are perfect. We do know that some children are struggling, and we are absolutely committed to making sure that we move forward to the next level. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wright and Chief Patterson and Lieutenant Craig and Pastor Giles for the work that you do. I know that Chief Young is not here tonight, but please extend our thanks to him also. I don't know if we have ever had a partnership quite like this that meets as frequently as they do. I really hope for the parents and families and children who are listening that they can begin to see that it is a new day in the Buffalo Public Schools. We are speaking with one voice, with one vision, for one mission. It does take a village, and we are certainly willing to partner with folks who are interested to offer expertise in helping us to support our children. Thank you. President Petrucci.
Thank you, Dr. Williams, for all the reports. You touched upon many of the things that I know that myself, my fellow board members, and many of the community have been anxious to hear. Thanks again. At this time, we come to our comments from speakers portion of the meeting. So I'm going to start with our guidelines for our speakers. At this time, the board welcomes speakers who have signed up to speak at tonight's meeting. Please be reminded all speakers' remarks must be limited to 3 minutes or less. So tonight, we're not going to have a warning. It's just going to be 3 minutes, so when the bell sounds, that means you're at the 3-minute mark. Just want to let everybody know beforehand. We ask that speakers be mindful that this is a business meeting, open to the public and televised locally. Attendees and viewers include persons from throughout Western New York, including young children. The board asks that speakers conduct themselves professionally and that their comments remain civil and courteous, bearing in mind that they will be heard by people of all ages. This is an opportunity for Buffalo's residents to address the Buffalo Board of Education about issues that serve the public interest in the district's mission. And the board asks that speakers demonstrate appropriate decorum. And once again, we thank you all for joining us this evening. Our first speaker on the list tonight is Deshaun Baldwin, a concerned citizen regarding the Student Dignity Act. And the floor is yours.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I have handouts for you guys. Kind of got flipped around a little bit. Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. This one. Thank you. Hey, grand rising, or not grand rising, but grand afternoon to everyone. How are you guys doing today? That's good. I'm about to say I feel like today was the perfect day for me to be able to come up here and talk. Congratulations to you, Dr. Tanja Williams. I'm really happy to have you here and to hear that address that you had today. Before I get started, because he's about to start the clock on me, right? I wanted to be able to say that, you know, I'm here as a liaison to you guys and for the community, and when I work with parents in the community with the students and stuff like that, we get concerns. Today I had a concern, and I felt like before we had a speaker who was going to speak today, but she's scared now to speak because she got pulled out of her class in the middle of class by her school principal, and the principal told her that he wanted to know everything that she wanted to talk about today at the meeting because he didn't want the school to be embarrassed. And I feel like, you know, with the goals, as you know, stated here today, and the fact that we're trying to make sure that students, we're raising young models and people to be able to advocate for themselves from now all the way out into the future, that definitely discourages, you know, her and interrupts the entire goal of what we have to do and what we're trying to do for raising our children in our society and in our school district. So I wanted to let you guys know that because it goes with what I'm about to talk about with the Student Dignity Act, and that is a major example because I can't even get her to speak no more, and I felt like what she had to say was very important because the children barely come here to the meetings to get the opportunity to tell you what they see. They tell to their parents, and hopefully the parents, you know, come out and speak as well. So I just wanted to share that with that. So thank you so much for taking your time to listen before we start. The intent of the Dignity for All Students Act is to provide all public school students with an environment-free and discrimination and harassment-free environment, as well as foster civility in public schools. This act was placed into effect in 2012, and as of today, we are 10 years enforcing this act that was meant to foster an environment where children could focus in a positive mental and emotional state while learning, and to increase the attendance rates to ensure higher rates of children staying engaged and performing to the best of their ability while being safe in school, off school property, on school and government transportation at school functions, all for on school grounds, information technology, emails, instant messages, blogs, chat rooms, pages, cell phones, gaming systems, and social media websites to deliberately harass or threaten others. So I know today we heard a really good report from Dr. Cassandra Wright today, and I see the efforts that you guys are making for the health and safety, wellness here, as you guys have stated. And like you said at the end, it's a lot of work that's still, to be done, and the system isn't perfect. So with addressing today's acts or reviewing or the reason on why I am asking today that in the back of the sheet for you guys, it says my parent advocate acts, is that the actual school district evaluates Student Dignity Act goals and objectives and provide a written report of its findings for the level of current effectiveness according to the Student Dignity Act. To have restorative practices in regards to strengthen the Dignity Act enforced in all schools and implemented with fidelity. To implement weekly classes, trainings, and awareness alerts to ensure that all children have access to know how to report harassment, discrimination, or bullying immediately and anonymously with the tracking system that an administrator will address the concerns of the student, ensuring that they have an outlet put in place. The reason why I put those acts down, and I feel like they are very important, because throughout the work that I have been doing, I have found parents telling me that they have went to the principal and they can show me a phone record of how many times they called the school to address the issue with their child, and they had 3 years in trying to contact and talk to an assistant principal about the bullying. And the kids used to love going to school, and now their kids don't even want to go to high school next year because they're afraid that once they get to high school, they're going to have to deal with more bullying, more intimidation. Over the 3 years, nothing has gotten done. It wasn't no real effective, proper preventative intervention methods taking place up until the point where they had the opportunity to talk to me. And hopefully it continues to, go well and get better for them. Also, I have heard teachers or students tell me, oh, we have 3 minutes already? Well, if you guys, if you guys look at, the sheet, I put out the acts. I have some speakers coming out today, some parents and some children who still were brave enough to come up here today and speak to talk to you guys about safety and bullying in schools and to tell their stories. And I do have bullet points from the young lady. If I could just say what she kind of was going to say real quick today. She told me about a security check-in about what she witnessed in the schools in the morning, where she see kids still sneaking in knives and weapons underneath their sneakers and their shoes, because security goes 1, 2, 3, 4, and on the 4th or the 5th person, they let that person walk in through the door. She's been witnessing that for the entire school year. And she sees how strategically these kids are. She wanted to share that because she says that she had to walk with her head down when walking through the hallways after she already reported to her principal about the bullying that she's been having since the beginning of the school year in order to avoid conflict, because if she walked with her head up, all of the kids in the school would pick with her, and she know other girls and other students who deal with these issues as well. I could make a copy and give this to you, but she avoids going to lunch, and she doesn't even eat lunch every day due to the fact that even though she told 4 to 5 teachers already, they can't control the 70 and 85 students that's in the lunchroom that's bothering her. So I just wanted to give an idea on the Student Dignity Act, and I will look forward to working with you guys and listening to the parents, and thank you so much for the time. You guys have a blessed day. Okay.
Thank you. Next up this evening, we have Sam Herbert, concerned citizen regarding gender. Mr. Herbert, the mic is yours.
Good evening. My name is Samuel A. Herbert, a concerned community citizen, Erie County and the City of Buffalo resident and taxpayer. I'm here to speak on a few Buffalo Public School issues. The resignation of Superintendent Dr. Cash after the shooting and stabbing of two McKinley High School students, a 17-year-old and a 14-year-old, and the shooting of a security guard. Dr. Cash, COVID, procrastination, infected administrators, staff, and board members, which caused that dangerous situation, a powder keg. After 40 complaints, nothing was done until the powder keg erupted. What we have here is a Buffalo Public School failed security system. School administrators, including board members, dropped the ball at McKinley High School. Students are to be protected at all times, at school, on school buses, going to school, and coming from school back to home. I have a big problem with the suspension of two students who videotaped that beatdown of two students on that Buffalo Public School bus. What message are we sending to our students? To not say anything when they see wrong. Picking a new superintendent should wait until after the school board elections are up this year. No raises for board members from $5,000 to $15,000. Money should be spent on more bus aides, more certified licensed bus drivers. Parents have contacted me, some saying their children who attend Buffalo Public Schools do not have computers at home for virtual learning. I want to say this. Student safety is top priority. This year we have a school board election. 6 individuals are up for re-election. There need to be 4 changes. 1 male and 3 women. In closing, let me say this. Term limits should be incorporated in school board elections. Term limits protect the public, parents, and students from complacency of board members. That is very important. The election is up this year. Petitions start April 19th. We need new representation on the Buffalo School Board. I and many in this community, we are tired of hearing excuses. Excuses are the tools of the incompetent, building bridges to nowhere. Buffalo public students need to be safe at all times when they are on public buses. When Dr. Cash, before he left, yes, let me finish. You let that lady finish. Okay, let me finish. Dr. Cash, before he left, he put a 40% raise on the table for his staff and administrators. No one is deserving of a raise. That money should be used to hire more bus aides and more bus drivers.
We appreciate
Thank you to the Buffalo Public School Board. There's always a way to do it better. Just find it.
Thank you. Next up this evening, we have George Toledo, a concerned citizen and a Westside Buffalo peace and Mr. Toledo, floor is yours. Okay. Next up, we have James Reed, a concerned citizen, retired engineer regarding lead testing. Mr. Reed, the floor is yours.
I'd like to thank the board for letting me speak tonight, and I'm glad to meet the new superintendent. This is for you. First of all, I would like to say that everything's not well and safe in the schools. I was an engineer for 33 years. My job was to cover up the lab test, to make sure that the people in this audience didn't get correct results. I tried to send this information to the board. They didn't take it. They seemed to ignore it. But children are acting out because lead makes you act out. Amen. And somebody, anybody, especially you, Ms. Williams, needs to talk to the people who I associate with. I don't have on a shirt and tie. I wore a certain shirt and I let it be picked out by the kids that I tutor. They want somebody to speak for them. Those are the ones who are the agitators. Those are the ones who are the disruptors. Those are the bad kids. And you say it's 2 or 3%. I say it's more like 15%. I'm with them every day. They're my kids. And I love each and every one of them. I send letters to them in jail. I make sure that they know that I'm there. And I would like to thank the libraries for giving me used books so I could send them to them. They have never stopped trying to learn. It's just that lead does something to your brain. You're not able to function correctly. Dr. Morrell was the lady at the school, the administrator. When I tested the water there and found out that the school board was cheating on the test, she was moved to City Hall. The other people in the building was moved to new jobs. But because I tested that water, I was not moved. I was forced to retire. But because I write for a living, I make a good living. I can write more. And I'd like to thank every librarian for giving me the opportunity to read their books. So today, I say to all of you, find out about the test. These are the complaints. Those children are in trouble. If it's any way possible you can have them all tested for lead exposure, that would be great. I'd like to thank you. I don't need all this time.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. I just want to let you know I did receive your fax and I did forward it to our Building Plants Division as well, just so you're aware. I want to let you know. Next up, we have Carolyn Meadows, concerned citizen regarding a news piece put out by Dr. Abraham.
While I'm on my way down, I just want to agree with what he said, because years ago, you guys did lead testing on the water in the schools, and when the levels started coming out astronomically high, y'all stopped releasing the results, and I tried to foil those results, and the board refused to release it. Okay, so good evening, everybody. I want to talk about a few things. One, bullying. I find it absolutely amazing that this district wants to crack down so much on bullying, but your own staff bully each other. The information that came out about Dr. Abraham was completely inappropriate. These teachers, these are the people that are supposed to be role modeling behaviors for the children. What do the children think when they see that happened on the internet? In the dossier that came out about Dr. Abraham, they were yelling about school suspensions and how he was refusing to suspend kids in the building, which is a direct hypocrisy, seeing how these progressive teachers not so long ago were talking about how we had to curb suspensions. It was too many kids out of the building. So do you want the kids in the building or out of the building, or is it at your whim? Then they were yelling about grade changes. Well, then why did you change the grades? They were sitting up there copying to crimes. Changing grades is illegal. So now they're sitting up here causing liability for the district. Thank you. So Then they also admitted to the admissions practices at McKinley High School and how that was going on, which would also pose a problem if any parent wanted to file an OCR agreement, because what they basically said was that school was being run as a criteria-based school when it was supposed to be a lottery-based school. Then another thing I want to talk about is buses, and the fact that special ed parents are given a $250 stipend to transport their kids to school. And there's absolutely no reason with the way things are going today, if parents wanted to transport their own kids to school, that gen ed kids are not given that same opportunity. That is discriminatory. As far as Dr. Cash leaving, well, that was a blessing. But aside from that, the teachers didn't have a problem with Dr. Cash until they told them to report back to the schools. Then all of a sudden he became public enemy number one. As far as security, also, again, with the district, the teachers, everybody was blaming Dr. Abraham, who hadn't been a principal at that school in 2 years, but not looking at the board. And I don't mean to pick names, but I'm going to pick names. Hope J is the representative for that school. How come those concerns were not coming through her? What resolutions were being proposed by her to help curb any of the problems that people were talking about over the past 2 to 4 years at McKinley High School? Lastly, I would like to say really quick, if we want to talk about changing the village and the community, everybody is pointing fingers at parents, but we need to have CPS reform. How many of you know that black children were not considered adoptable until, my time is almost up. It is, sorry, I blocked it out my phone. Social services didn't make laws to make black children adoptable until 1935. And it wasn't until 1980 that they started saying that that black children should not be separated as much as they were. So how are these people who didn't even recognize black children as worthy of families now telling black people how to raise children in an impoverished environment? It's just the same as saying we need more teachers that look like our children in our schools. We also need social workers who look like our children in our schools. A bunch of people from Marilla or wherever they're from can't be telling us how to raise kids when they don't know how to raise kids. Okay.
And just a reminder to everyone that we ask the public when speaking to refrain from individual names from individuals.
Oh, sorry.
But just going forward, if you could just say the principal, the person who represents, whatever it may be, we would appreciate it. Thank you very much. Next up, I have Valerie Akaloa, parent.
She's not here.
Thank you, Mr. Spinell. Next, I have Leandra Lias, student regarding bullying in high school. Leandra.
Hello. How are you guys doing today? Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, much better.
Today I am doing a speech about bullying and my experience and what could make a change, like what change that we can make in bullying. When I was bullied, I never knew who I was. I thought that those people that were bullying me were my friends, and I thought that I could find myself in them people and that I could become well known around the school. And since I thought, getting friends like that around the school, and I can finally get the friends I want and finally get the love back that I gave them and stuff. I always thought that when people say bullying, I thought like the words like manipulating, broken, anger, upsetting, and very suicidal, because most bullying results come from suicide, and I haven't seen a lot of police on that, so it hurts me. But I always ask myself, like, what if I knew me What if I was confident in fears? What if I had friends that were very like true to me? And what if I knew God at that time? Would I ever be that person or ever learn what was bullying? And what if I knew the experience? I learned that bullying today affects 1 in 3 American school children, and in the grades of 6th through 10th grade, 83% of girls and 79% of boys. And they experience harassment. And 35% of kids are threatened online from that, and it really hurts me. 6 out of 10 teenagers say that they witness bullying in school once a day, meaning 60% of kids and students. All of this today that I'm speaking about, I think that they're so used to it that they're making it a part of middle school, or high school, and they say it's part of life and how you grow and how you learn from it. And it's not. Like, you get to experience the high school life. So, I hope everyone have a nice day, and this is my story. 10th grade. Yeah.
Thank you for being so courageous.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. Next, we have, I apologize in advance if I go hit the accent, or Ms. Nevaeh.
It's Nevaeh Elias. No, it's okay. Yes, it's okay. By the way, I'm Leandria Elias' mom. My daughter, Nevaeh Elias, couldn't be in attendance today. Unfortunately, also as well, she experienced an episode. She's a student of MST number 197. The young lady today, unfortunately, asked our teacher if she can go into the room to speak to my daughter. The teacher told her no. And what occurred was the young lady threw a water bottle into the classroom towards the students. And the assistant principal did contact me. I thank them so much. The assistant principal and the principal of MST are very, very incredible when coming to, my experience with the school so far as responding to any of my calls of concerns. And they did alert me and let me know what occurred today. And so unfortunately, it's unfortunate that my daughter couldn't be here to speak today. And also, I don't need all these minutes. I just wanted to say that my daughter, not only is she a student at Performing Arts, she's also the first African American female to be a golfer, and I wanted to salute the principal for starting a golfing game and everything else. And my daughter, she loved football. She's like a quarterbacker. She loves football, so she's good at playing football. But that opportunity came across her. She's golfing now, and her coach is Jim Horn, and now she will be in the tournaments as well. Also, she's number 5 in the tri-state area. So thank you for letting me speak and say that on behalf of my daughter. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. It's always good to end up in news. Jason Garner, student regarding safety in our schools. Mr. Garner.
First of all,
Could you please speak to the mic, Mr. Gardner? Thank you.
can you hear me? Okay. First of all, I'd like to thank my CEO worker, Deshaun Baldwin. She helped me a lot, and
You gotta get a little closer. Or your big boy.
Take your
Grandma,
mask
I gotta ask my grandmother if it's okay.
Take your mask off.
Okay.
Speak in the mic.
I'd like to thank my CEO worker, Deshaun Baldwin. She helped me a lot, and Cassandra Wright, because in my situation, it's quite complicated. So this goes to the leaders of the BPS system. I currently feel as if it is unwise to return to school due to my feelings of stress that the school system has become an unsafe environment. The reason I feel a sense of unsafety is due to the rise of gang activity and relations in the Buffalo Public Schools. Another reason for my feelings of unsafety is the massive presence of drug use, abuse, and distribution around the school system. I don't know who does it, but a lot of students have been saying that they have bought drugs from students in the school. Also, I've had multiple problems where I have approached school authority figures about this, not just drugs, but not just me, but multiple students have been abused by other students, hit, objects thrown at us in the metal shop. I go to Burgard, and a couple of other classrooms where we have been attacked physically and verbally by other students. And what they say is that they'll look out for it. We give the students names. These students are not suspended, are not expelled, or put in detention at all. There has also been a rise of attacks at bus stops, multiple students. I've been one of them. I have been threatened online that I would get attacked at a bus stop or coming into or out of school by somebody outside of the school. The principal still wants me to return even though they do not know who the person is. I fear for my life, my safety. I have been physically attacked outside of school. I have received a fracture in my skull somewhere around here. And I feel that if I were to get attacked again, it could become a permanent issue. But yet the principal still wants me to return to this school where they do not know who that person is. The person might not attack me physically. They could, as a matter of fact, come from outside the school and appear with a weapon, which is even more deadlier to my life. We have a shortage and security guards who do not do their checkpoints correctly. As somebody said, they skip checkpoints. Students have hid pocket knives, small, sharp objects that are able to puncture skin in classes, in their shoes, their shirts, their pockets, their hats, everything. And they have gotten away with it. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Garner. Next, we have Culinary Arts student regarding bullying. Not here. Thank you. Next up this evening, we have Joanne Evans, concerned citizen and grandparent, regarding Buffalo administration on helping with threats on a child starting 10/27/20.
I'm sorry, I just got a little emotional for my grandson. Okay. I'm concerned about the safety of my child, and I've been through so much trying to get help for him. I've been through so much trying to get help for my grandson. I'm sorry, I'm just a little emotional. I am concerned about the safety of my child, and from school into home. He's receiving threats of bodily harm when he returns back to Burgard High School. He's been out of school since October the 20th, year 21. With me working, he has not received no work from the school nor remote learning. I've spoken to Charlene Watson, the principal at Burgard High School, about the matter, and she told me that let him return to school. There's no opening in no other school for him. I went to Buffalo Public School Administration with referrals from my child's doctor stating transfers. Stating his transfer. I followed all the protocols that they asked for me, and still yet they denied my transfer. I went to Buffalo Public Schools and City Hall, wrote a letter in person to Tanja Williams, called multiple times, no answers back yet. My son got gang jumped by 7 boys, which he just said, and he received a fractured skull. And now receiving threats online. Now he's going through post-stress disorder, and I've been seeing youth counselors from OLV Father Baker and youth counselors from Southwest Keys, whom both wrote a letter seeking his transfer. I even called child protection on myself to try to get help for him in the Buffalo Public Schools. I am now receiving help from Deshaun Bowen and Dr. Cassandra Wright, They've been helping me a whole lot. I thank you for that. My question to you is, when a child comes from another state or comes from another district, you guys find a place for them in school. Why is it so hard for me to get help transferring my son? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cummings, for your comments and for your assistance, Ms. Baldwin. Akua Kamau Harris, MDT.
Good evening, everybody. I hope you can hear me. Can everybody hear me? Thank you. I want to first congratulate the board for moving forward on some things that I was going to talk about tonight. But since you seem to be addressing those, I'm kind of happy and I'd like to see how that goes forward. My concern is the Mckinley School where I work. This school is not built to handle children who have serious disciplinary problems. No children should be there because the environment is not safe. As you know, it has that high railing on two ends that any child can flip over. It has those stairs that any child can fall down and crack their head. Those kinds of students cannot be at that school. The classrooms are open classrooms. Those kids that are runners, they run out of the classroom at will because there's no doors there to prevent that from happening. Something has to be done about the type of students you're allowing to come to that school who are not safe in an environment with other students, and they are a hazard to themselves. And yet, these children deserve an education too. We have to figure out a way to do that that is in the best interest of the child and his future, and in the best interest of this community that we claim to serve. My other concern is that there are students who are not being given the help that they need. Number one shoe does not fit everyone. The education that we are putting forth right now and giving to our students, it is the most horrible thing you can be doing. You need to scrap that and come up with a new plan. Recently, I noticed some things about our students. They have different issues. One child in particular I can speak on because I have a family of cousins who gave birth to children and their father had that same issue. It is a young boy that I'm in the first grade room. He cannot stop talking. He talks when the teacher is talking. He raises his hand. He gets mad if she doesn't call on him or allow him to talk and start throwing stuff around the room. He can't help it. That is an illness. Look it up, okay? It could be that he's a talkaholic. They never stop talking. I have 3 cousins like that. They're doing well. They managing their lives. They have good jobs. They make good livings. But however, this child needs help. And we have so many kids like that whose issues are not being addressed. We have to get more serious about the mental health and physical well-being of our children in the school system. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Harris. Next up, we have Interim Craig, a presenter regarding Operation Her. Ms. Craig.
Good evening. Just for the record, it's Annalise Eason and Antoinette Craig, and we're together. Hold on 1 second. Yeah. My name is Annalise Eason, and I'm going to be speaking first. Antoinette Craig and I are together. We are Operation Her, and I want to thank the board for having us tonight. People working together in a strong community with a shared goal and a common person can make the impossible possible. That's what we are. People working together. Educators, mentors, parents, advocates, social workers, counselors, we are a strong community with one shared goal. What is that shared goal? The goal is to help our future leaders, our future educators, doctors, lawyers, senators, scientists, engineers, and legislators who currently sit in the classrooms of Buffalo Public School. Help them become all that they can be. As mentors, Yo New York and Diamonds in the Rough, along with a strong network of support of groups such as Narrowing the Gap, sports programs, and other local organizations came together to make Operation Her. Operation Her has collectively pulled together strong minority leaders within the city of Buffalo to merge their strongest gifts and talents to project and position our youth in the direction of becoming the next generation of success stories. We want to encourage them to desire more than and pursue change in their present economic status. Operation Her wants to see our youth surpass us and encourage them to care about their communities and build up the neighborhoods where they live. It's not about the $22,099 price tag that sits on their head. It's about the wealth of intelligence that lies within them that needs to be nurtured and developed. I am sure, as a strong community, we are concerned that our children are dealing with violence, social media conflicts, bullying, and disrupted classrooms, and lack the support of extracurricular activities, such as after-school programs and mentoring programs, guidance counselors, and social workers. All the things that they need to enhance their education progress and become successful. We want our children to feel safe and know that they are surrounded by a strong community with shared goals and a common purpose, with our children's best interests at heart. And we are moving to the next level.
Good evening. My name is Antoinette Craig. I'm a retired Navy vet who served my country, and now I serve the youth in my community. I am also the co-founder of Yo New York Youth Opportunity. We have a joint force with Diamonds in the Rough under an umbrella, Operation Her, and we would like to offer our mentor curriculum to the Buffalo Public Schools. Our curriculum as follows: alternative to violence. We have certified facilitators teaching our youth through a series of workshops, ways to resist conflict without resorting to violence. This will be done by role-playing, self-awareness exercises. This workshop will be built for anyone seeking new ways to handle conflict. We also have Culinary Arts. We have a 5-star chef on our staff that teaches our youth the art of preparing, cooking, presenting, and serving food. In addition, our youth will be familiar with each of the tools necessary to prepare these dishes. We also have our very own banker that will be teaching our youth financial literacy. Our objective is to help our youth build a financial security for them and their parents. We open up a bank account for each one of our youths with the parent and or guardian approval. And if the parent or guardian would like to open up a bank account, we have a banker on staff that will open up that as well. Operation Her is readily available for year-round school. Day school will be held at the Buffalo Public Schools, whereas our after-school programs, Saturday community school programs, and summer schools and or programs can be held at our own facility, where we would like to invite the Board of Education to come out and tour. Again, my name is Antoinette Craig.
I'm Annalise Easton.
And we are Operation Her.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Next on the evening, we have Mr. Mark Bruno, a teacher and parent, regarding the Buffalo Public Schools alternative school policy. Mr. Bruno, the microphones are yours.
Good evening, Dr. Williams, distinguished members of the Board of Education, and members of the Buffalo Public School family. My name is Mark Bruno. I've been a Buffalo teacher at Riverside High School for 20 years. I've also been elected as the union rep at that school by the staff for close to 20 years as well. I'm also a Buffalo parent. I have a son in pre-K in Buffalo who loves his school and loves his teacher. Before I get started, I would really like to give a shout out to our two security guards at Riverside High School, David Marciano and Carlos Rivera. I can't say enough great things about both gentlemen and all of our security guards in this district, who in many instances are protecting gigantic buildings with just one or two of them. And we really owe them a debt of gratitude, and we should be giving them our praise. They're trying to do really an impossible job, and I'm glad to hear that we're going to be hiring more staff. As many of you know, there was a social media threat made against Riverside High School on February 28th. There was a gun with 2 magazine clips with bullets, and it had March 16th, today's date, on it. Obviously, these things happen on social media, which is obviously concerning to us all. However, I've expressed some concerns to several members of central office. The staff was not met with for almost 2 full weeks, was not talked to in person for almost 2 full weeks. That created a lot of anxiety in our building. Students were not spoken to. Parents, a letter was sent out this past Monday, very late in the day, so parents would probably be receiving that letter today or tomorrow, or even on Friday, and the threat was specifically today. And as a Buffalo Public School parent, I would be very upset if that was the case for my son's school. So again, these are things we just need to do a little bit better on, and I had a really great talk with Dr. Williams this morning, and Mr. Hills and Cassandra Wright have been in the building, but also there was some very concerning information that was withheld from us yesterday, which I just found out about today. So Dr. Wright, I would like to talk to you about that privately when we get a chance. One thing I want to talk about is a lot of the problems in our building are happening because students, the same students, are being suspended, returned to school, suspended, returned to school, and they're not getting any help whatsoever. And they're literally destroying the learning environment throughout the district of thousands of our students. So it might be a small percentage, but that small percentage is severely affecting the learning environment of literally thousands of students. Our number one priority is to create an environment that is both safe and conducive to learning in all of our schools. And I had the pleasure to talk to Dr. Williams about this. I really feel we need a state-of-the-art alternative school that we could send these students to, even if their parents don't agree. We would like parental permission, but they could go there and get the help they need. There's school psychologists, security guards, social workers. They go to math, then they go to anger management. They go to science, then they go to trauma-informed care. They're not getting the help they need currently, and we need to do better. We have a pile of federal money in the bank. We can do this, but we have to look at the policy. We have to be able to send students there that need to be sent there, whether, unfortunately, if their parents agree or not. I'm telling you, these students at my school have patterns of behavior of violence. It's very concerning when you look at it. A male student choked a female student at our school this week who just returned from suspension, and I could go on and on about these stories. And again, I love Riverside High School. That's why I've worked there my entire career. I care about the place. I love the kids there. I love the staff there. But unfortunately, a small group is destroying the learning environment of so many of our students. And, you know, I'm hearing a lot of people who are, yes, and I just hope that we can move forward with this and address this issue, because the students who do the right thing every day have a right to an education too. Thank you.
As she heads down to the mic, Wendy Mistretta, parent, new day, same focus.
Good evening. I don't know if anyone can hear. Is it on? Okay. Good evening. It's very nice to see you at the table there, Dr. Williams. I'm very happy to be here. It does, in many ways, feel like a new day, but you can hear in the room that even though it's a new day, same challenges are following. And it's so important, of course, that we address all of these important, urgent issues. The big challenge, I think, of course, is that we are the same people, and then we get stuck doing things in the same way. So if you all remember with me in the 90s when everyone talked about the paradigm shift, I'm really hoping we can have a paradigm shift. I want you to remember that you can't address these concerns without us. Nothing about us without us is for us. We're here because we care. We come every month. But this 3 minutes, one time a month to address without conversation is not productive, it's not healthy, and I think a lot of... I so appreciate that your mission talked about a renewed relationship with parents. And the good thing is we have the structure. We have the policies. We have the district plan for school-based planning and shared decision-making. We have the parent family and community engagement policy, and they've been neglected for a while. So I really want us to see us get back to those policies and procedures that were set up by people even before us, that knew what needed to be done to make sure that all voices were at the table in a regular and consistent way. We need to make sure that our school-based management teams are meeting with all stakeholders at the table and that they're given the actual responsibility and authority to make decisions for their school. I so appreciate that there's going to be more opportunities for the proms and the graduations to happen, and that the schools need to really have the voice in deciding what looks best for their school in those cases. Same with after-school programs, all the decisions. So we need to make sure that the policy is being followed to make sure that the representatives are on the SBMTs, that they're meeting and they're following the mission. Similarly, we have the District Committee of Stakeholders. So last year, when we were working on reopening, we had similar things going on. We really had a committee and subcommittees that were having the discussions on these issues, on transportation, on safety and security. We have a district comprehensive improvement plan already that the state requires. I would really like to see us open up those priorities so that anytime any person comes here with any issue, we know which priority is working on it, that there is a priority in the plan, who's responsible for it, so that we can direct the people to work with the decision makers for our district. And that way we have the plan that includes goals and action steps and everything, so that we can all see that our voice is being heard and we're working on developing the solutions together for our district. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mistretta. Mr. Fields, I know you're up. You're already heading towards the mic. Concerned citizen and parent regarding better. Mr. Fields, the mic is yours.
Good day. Blessed love, everybody. Working together works. They say there's a new day and a chance, an opportunity to reset. I hope we take that opportunity. Putting students and families first to ensure high academic achievement for all is the mission statement of this board or of the system. Claim no easy victories, tell no lies. I don't know if we ever intend to meet that mission or if it's just a good sounding statement that we want to look good but never ever achieve. We have a climate in this city where it takes a certain kind of climate or mindset to stab somebody multiple times. It takes a certain mindset to try to be a witness, try to be a groupie and try to be a groupie. We need to not just address the students who get involved in incidents, but we need to address the climate in the city that allows people to have such violent activity, violent missions. This new mission or agreement, I wonder if the students are being asked to sign onto this agreement, and I wonder how can they sign if they never learned to develop a signature and they never have learned cursive writing, they don't know how to read cursive writing. In terms of the new reset, before Dr. Cash came, these board meetings were twice a month, and people had a chance to talk for at least 3 minutes and then had an initial 15 seconds to finish their thought. I hope we can get back to meetings more than just once a month, and that we use this technology of today so that people don't have to leave their house and come to these meetings in person to make a comment, to make a suggestion. We have remote learning, how come we can't have remote commentary? There's so many things to say, but I want us to remember that working together does work. I think we were gamed when a former superintendent would use the word colleagues all the time and bring you all into his orbit, but we are colleagues, we are family, and we need to know that working together does work. I hope that we can sign on to this new day and really work to improve the education. Bullying is no new idea, new issue in this city. I'm not going to get into all that. Time is running out. Let's all work together to make this a better opportunity for us all. And our children need to learn to be able to read, write, and do math on or above grade level. That is the only way you can say that you are working to meet the mission of this system. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fields, for your comment. Terry Fiedler, a teacher, serving out the district for graduation requirements. The floor is yours, Ms. Fiedler.
Hi. Good evening, Dr. Williams and school board members. This information was previously sent to you in an email that I'm speaking about today. So as you know, I'm a teacher at South Park High School. I'm a special ed teacher. I was here on the 15th, September 15th, to speak to you about implementing a medical program at the high school level to address the nursing staff shortage being experienced in our region. I just recently heard about the results of that, and I'll leave that for now because I'm here for another matter. I have another curriculum proposal to make. As a special education teacher, I complete transition plans for graduating students. Many times, students do not have any idea what it is they want to pursue. Some do not want to go on to college, and those that do, it has been reported that they do not always finish. Please see the link, college data. As many students ask me, why don't you teach me something I can use in my life? I'm advocating for these students to address this hole in our education system. With cancellations of so many regions' exams, I feel now it is the time to look at what must be done to petition the New York State Education Department to return high school diploma requirements to a local or standard diploma with no regions exams required, with an emphasis on vocational skills or regions diploma. If students had a choice as to the path they would take, there would be more interest in their academics. Also, BPS at one time had a very successful vocational school, Buffalo Vocational Technical Center. With your support, I would like permission to administer a survey to the district populace. This survey will be inclusive of students, parents, teachers, and community members. It would be housed on the district website to capture as many stakeholders as possible. The goal will be collecting data to present to NYSED to prove a need for this educational transformation in our region. If a member of this administration would like to join me when analyzing the data, I would welcome the support. To further emphasize this need, there are plans now in place by the New York State Labor Department to address the shortage of workers in vocational areas. Please see the Labor Department Buffalo link, pages 7 through 8, demonstrating the need for this type of transformation. Ensuring students are making an informed decision as to their future, it is imperative to create a curriculum for the 8th grade where students do intense research into college-required careers and vocational careers. I've been asked many times from students, why can't I teach them something they can use in the real world? Here is a link to an example of a middle school curriculum for college and career exploration. NYSED already has modules available to use for CTE vocational career exploration. Please see the NYSED link. With the possibilities now of having Zoom or team meetings, many employers and college representatives could speak to students directly. An intensive career exploration curriculum will raise student awareness and open their world to the many opportunities available to be productive and successful citizens of our community. Now is the time to make bold changes and push for positive educational transformations. Thank you.
Thank you, I'm Manuel Radford, concerned citizen, regarding Tech coaching issue. And I hope the sound is better for our audience tonight, Mr. Radford.
Mr. Radford.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good evening, board. First off, I want to start by saying congratulations to the interim superintendent, Dr. Williams. Very excited about your leadership. I also want to start by acknowledging that as a Hush Tech alumni, we lost a very, very important part of our Hush Tech family, security guard George Simonik. And so, you know, that was hard for me, hard for people who went to Hush Tech. If you went to Hush Tech, you know who the security guard George was. So, you know, just prayers for his family. My comments are going to be short today. First, as a Hush Tech alumni, as somebody who played sports at Hush Tech, we want a change in the football program. I came here last time and I put out all the stats, all the statistics, and I said what was going on. The only thing we want is a change. Nothing else will satisfy us. Nothing else is negotiable. We want a change in the head coach at the Hush Tech football program, and that's what we want. That's what I'm going to continue to fight for. And then lastly, I believe that the athletics program as a whole in Buffalo Public School would benefit from more community input. So it's my belief that if anything is going on in the athletic world, the community has a voice and should have a say-so in that. So I'm here to ask the board to consider having a athletic council with some community members, former coaches, former athletes, you know, some NFL players, whatever it takes to ensure that the Buffalo Public Schools has a top-notch athletic program. We seen here earlier today that Bennett was here celebrating, and we want that for all our schools. And it should not be Hush Tech football program going 1-22 over a 3-year span, and we're here celebrating Bennett. We want to celebrate all of our high school athletes, so we want good coaching for all of them. And I believe we can attain that if we have more community input, more community coaches in those programs. And lastly, I just want to say I'm looking forward very much to being collaborative with the board. I believe that everybody up here cares about our children, cares about pushing this forward, and I'm excited to be here to help you. I'm here to lend a hand, not to criticize, not to hurt anybody, just to lend a hand, because I care about the student athletes, I care about the students as much as everybody in here, and I'm here to invest in that. So I hope I can look forward to a collaborative effort from the board on this coaching issue, because it's important to me as an alumni, it's important to me as a community member that those children get the opportunity they deserve to be celebrated for being great student athletes, because Buffalo Public School has great student athletes. I don't care what anybody says. We have some of the best athletes in the state, and I just want to see them get the recognition they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Radford. Next up, we have Ed Spinell, parent, with comments on how to fix the Buffalo Public Schools.
Well, I got you to fix the time. Thank you. Cassandra Wright, the walkie-talkies at Mckinley are still staticky, I've been told. Okay, and thank you for the students who had courage to come here today to speak up. We need more of you to do that. And to Dr. Williams, my wife is at home watching, saying this has been the best board meeting she's ever watched. Okay? So now, Everything I'm about to say is going to be 100% positive. All right? So it's a new day in Buffalo. Dr. Williams has shown that she cares and understands what it means to live in Buffalo. She's been going to basketball games. She's been going to churches. I've heard her on the radios. I've seen her get a check from the councilman. She came to DPCC. We have not had that honor in a long time, so thank you. She's one of us. We know it. We're going to live it. And I support you 100%. Please, and I already see that you have listened, so please continue to listen to the concerns of our community, okay? So, I have some suggestions for you, Dr. Williams. I think your cabinet should attend public meetings. They should go out into the community like you have. Send them out to our meetings, to CPAC, to the parent-teacher organization. Send them out. Let them get out in the community. Let them become part of the family too. For the longest time, there's been friction where we're not allowed to really work together. And it's changed now. Something you can do ASAP for our families, and some of you have already started. Open all in-person after-school programs today. There's no reason to wait. Gloria J. Parks has had a 21st century after-school program. It's been open the whole year. I'm the president of that board. We have had a full slate, and the parents find a way to pick their students up. Please move the CSE chairs back into our buildings so they can have relationships with the families. They were taken away from us. It's impossible to get a hold of them. So please do that. Negotiate, thank you. Negotiate a fair contract with our custodians. They've been here. Bus aids on all buses within 30 days. I've seen you started on that. I think that's very reasonable, and I think you need to hold first student accountable for doing their job. Security officers in every building, even if we think it's a safe building, we need at least one officer. 156 is allotted 2 officers. They only get 1 every day. And they do have fights in the school too. Hold principals accountable for sending their reps to DPCC. They should be sending their reps. They should be filling out the form and telling Dr. Reynolds who the reps are, and they should be coming to our meetings. Thank you. Students deserve to get to school on time. Please. Deserve to get to school on time. So please, we talked about, so please reopen the committee for busing. I would like to co-chair this. I believe I have a plan that could solve this problem if people would just let me be involved and give me the information I need to figure it out. Lastly, this is the biggest one. Our children need to learn to read, and they can't read. We all know that, right? I recommend that we hire 25 to 50 reading teachers immediately and bring them in. We have the money now. We can go to the state, the city, the Wendt Foundation, the Cullen Foundation, Ralph Wilson Foundation, and we could fund this permanently, especially when we prove it works. Thank you for your time, and Dr. Williams, you are a superhero.
Thank you, Mr. Spindell, for your comments. Charlotte Williams, a parent, regarding bus issues with charter schools. Ms. Williams, the floor is yours.
Obviously, I am not Ms. Williams. She couldn't make it tonight because her son's bus was late, and she doesn't drive. So she did send a statement. I do have it for all of you, and I'll just pass it around. Haven't really followed any rules tonight, so I don't know if it's okay if I read it or not. First, okay. First, I want to say congratulations to Dr. Williams. I'm so proud and so excited to work with you, this cabinet, and this board on your elevation as superintendent. So I will just read this for you guys. This is from Ms. Charlotte Williams, and I did give her phone number to all of you. She said, I have one child, Jordan, 7th grade, who rides the school bus to and from King Center Charter School. There has been 3 or 4 occasions where the bus never showed up at his bus stop. When I called the terminal, I was told the driver was a sub and skipped his stop. They offered another bus, but it wouldn't be able to pick him up for about two hours. Jordan hates to be late for school, so to keep his spirits up, I sent him to school using Uber or Lyft. The last time it happened, I called the school as usual to let them know Jordan would be late, and the transportation person answered and said that the bus had skipped everyone's stop because it never dropped any kids off at the school. Why does first student lie, and why has this happened so many times? There have been at least 3, but I want to say 5 occasions when I get a call informing me that there is no bus to pick the children up in the afternoon after 5 p.m. and asking me to pick him up. I don't drive, so this means another Lyft or calling around to see if someone can go and pick Jordan up. There are too many occasions where I check the tracker in the afternoon and his bus is scheduled to drop him off and the bus has picked up the children from the school. I can't even come to this meeting because there is a good chance that he won't even be home at 5 p.m. When the bus is late, Jordan comes in the house frustrated, angry that the bus was so late picking them up. The driver didn't know where to go or had to backtrack to take children back to a stop he or she missed. Jordan gets good grades. His teachers say that he is polite, very well behaved, and is a role model in the classroom. When he comes home late, he has a bad attitude, and it can affect the rest of us. I'm forced to calm him down, acknowledge his frustration, let him vent, and ask him please to not punish me or his siblings by taking out his frustrations at home. He is able to calm down, but we should not have to do this so much. I understand that there are staffing issues, but something needs to be done. Drivers should only have to worry about driving. There should be an aide on every bus, but maybe that would attract more drivers because there is no way I would want to drive a bus full of kids and be forced to watch them too. First student should tell us the truth when there are problems, and there should be more honest about the schedules. The bus tracker works more than it doesn't. It has some issues, but it's better than nothing. Thank you. And again, that's from parent Charlotte Williams, and you have her phone number and her information. And again, as everybody else has said, I'm here to be a partner and to be collaborative with you all, and I'm looking forward to working with you. Thanks.
We'll just publicly thank Ms. Williams for her concern, and thanks Ms. Curry for putting it to the record for us. Will Green, is Mr. Green here? I did not see him, but I just want to make sure. Next we have, I think, a gentleman in a fluorescent yellow t-shirt. No, he's not wearing a t-shirt. Gary Swain, union representative, custodians bank. Mr. Swain, the floor is yours.
Thank you, school board members. Dr. Williams, good to see you again. I was almost going to come down here and wish you luck in your new profession, but I know luck really has nothing to do with it. It's all about hard work. It is really nice to see everybody again. The Buffalo school custodians have come here before you this evening to ask a question. Why? Why is it so difficult to settle the contract with the Buffalo school engineers? This has gone on for over 12 years now. 12 years without any contractual raises in pay, 12 years without any increases in pension contributions, 12 years of hardship for the custodians and their families, 12 years of taking from the very people that come to work every day and do their jobs, pandemic or not. Is this how you treat your essential workers? Let me explain to you how much has been taken from these essential workers. On July 1st, 2009, they received their last contractual raise. Since then, if you add a modest 3% increase each year for full-time workers, they would have earned an additional $65,291.20 in wages. They would have also earned an additional $18,928 in pension contributions. Now just imagine someone taking that much money out of your wages, out of your pocket. how would you feel? So let's ask some of them tonight. So could you please tell the board your names?
Timothy I. Brown, Sr.
Richard Evancho.
Laura Rowell. Jonathan Weishaupt. Robert Harrell.
Bill Webb.
Laura.
Russell Mosby Sr. Phil Schneider, retired 25 years as board.
What schools do you all work at?
Tom McGelvin, School 17.
West Hurdle Academy.
West Hurdle Academy.
Stanley Mikowski. West Hurdle Academy.
Emerson.
School of Culinary Arts.
City Hall.
I worked at 43.
Worked at various amount of schools.
Could you tell the school board members how long you've been doing this?
42 years.
37.
30 years.
27. 29 years.
13 years. 25 years.
30.
I was working 23 years when I was forced to retire.
So I have to ask you, the custodians, did you know that the Buffalo School Board over the past 12 years has taken that kind of money out of your pocket, $65,291.20, and another $18,928 out of your pension contributions for your retirement? How does that make you feel?
That's a lot of vacation time.
Make you feel like it doesn't matter to us. Feel underappreciated. Disappointed.
Schools wouldn't be open if it wasn't for us.
And I'm sorry for running a little long.
A lot of us have had to sacrifice our social lives to work 80 hours a week, more overtime than we work straight hours, to compensate for our lack of a reasonable hourly wage.
And who here works more than one job to make ends meet at home?
Well, I used to.
When your 16-year-old brings home more scooping ice cream than you do working very hard what we do in our job, that's it. You got to support a family on less than what your 16-year-old makes.
It's sad we haven't got a raise for 12 years, like he did say. But let me just say this. January, we got a raise because the state wages went up. Not the Board of Ed, the state wages. Even though state.
Yeah, that's one more point. Back in 2009, these people made almost $5 an hour above minimum wage, and now they're at minimum wage. Again, Mr. President, I'm really sorry to run long, but I think you just need to see their faces and hear their plight. Please, let's get this contract with the school engineers settled so that we can get our contract settled so they can get some back pay, some raises, and some benefits that they deserve. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Next, we have Truletta Williams. Regarding a parent concerned citizen regarding bullying, harassment, and prevention. Ms. Williams, microphone is yours.
How are you guys? I would like to say congratulations, Dr. Williams, and nice to be here. It's my first time. My name is Truletta Williams. I'm here on behalf of Deshaun Baldwin, and we're speaking on the bullying prevention. I am a founder of the Save Our Youth Foundation. I'm also a motivational speaker and poet. I'm very active in the community. We've been doing workshops and events throughout the city of Buffalo for the past 8 years. Our focus are mental health. We provide workshops which helps our youth express mental health issues through positive outlets that gives them tools to apply to their daily living where they will retain into adulthood, such as art, music, poetry, etc. We are honored to partner with the bullying, harassment prevention because mental health issues stems from our youth being bullied at schools and in their environments. This cycle has been passed down from generation to generation. As a parent that has 3 children, was in the school system, 2 of my daughters graduated from Emerson, and which now is also going to Buffalo State College. And my son, he goes to Hutch Tech. He's also a student athlete. I tell them to be motivated, stay away from negative energy, but it's hard for them to leave home from me getting them positive to go into the community and to the school systems to face bullying daily. So this is a heavy issue. Since 2012, the district has created a Dignity Act to protect the students. But since then, the discrimination and harassment has been normalized. So sorry about that. I myself have been a victim of discrimination and harassment. During my years in grade school and during my high school years in Burgard, I've become depressed and have anxiety, which I go through those outlets of poetry and talking to the youth. Because this experience throughout my schooling, I was treated badly and wasn't treated with dignity and respect. I feel I didn't feel safe attending the school systems, and my environment in the school system did fail me. Bridging a relationship between the students, their environment, and the school systems can heal broken generations to come. Putting groups in place, workshops, programs, such as the bullying harassment prevention, can be a start as our founders, as myself, and victim and parent, fear for our youth at its all-time high of the bullying. Even though we are healing, we still have broken systems. Healing begins at home, but most importantly in our school systems. School systems deserve programs like bullying prevention. Throughout, teachers have a lack of concern for our students, and I am a living witness to that. In order to reach resolution, we must recognize that we have a bullying issue that forms into mental health issues. So the goal should be keeping our youth safe and giving them respect and dignity. Seeing these issues with the naked eye have brought pain to our hearts. We have more than enough maintenance that we should do maintenance, and we need more follow through so we can prevent bullying through workshops and programs. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker for the evening is Jessica Bauer-Walker, parent regarding health and safety. Ms. Bauer-Walker, the floor is yours.
Good evening. My name is Jessica Bauer-Walker. I've been coming to these meetings for over a decade now. The first time I came here was because my daughter had been lost on a bus when she was in pre-K. She was missing for almost 2 hours before we found her. The issues now have increased in severity and complexity, as many of the speakers have spoken to tonight. I am really encouraged by Dr. Williams' leadership and our new administration's commitment to health and safety. So I'm here to partner. I sent an email this morning to district leadership that included several documents, which I've given you a hard copy of right now. One is a letter from 4 of our parent groups that was sent back in 2019. Unfortunately, it seems like it could have been written yesterday, but just wanting the district leadership to be aware these issues are not new. There's also a lot of good things that we can look at that are not new either. So I've also attached a model for a school health and wellness collaborative and a parent and student community health worker model that was developed based on our own district wellness policy. The components of which have been presented at the American Public Health Association, have won awards from the APHA as well as the American School Health Association, and been well documented in the literature. Some of the key themes and recurring requests over the years from parents and others have been implement the underutilized existing structures that work. We have model code of conduct and wellness policy. There's research-based policies, practices, and programmatic interventions that are associated with them. Let's use them. Prioritize a preventative holistic approach versus a reactive approach for physical, mental, emotional, social, and behavioral well-being. Many practices and examples of interdisciplinary multi-stakeholder teams to support school and family needs are outlined in the Code of Conduct and Wellness Policy. Positive behavior intervention systems, response to intervention, and school wellness teams. Eliminate the practice of suspension. Please, it is harming our children. Replace it with restorative justice and practices. The high rates of suspension in our district have a disproportionate impact on students of color and those with disabilities. This is an urgent civil rights and education equity issue. We need to stop suspension. Address the unmet needs that underlie violence. We need to get to the root causes our kids are hurting. Food insecurity, mental health, housing, economic insecurity, trauma, mental health. We're dealing with sometimes the stuff up here. We need to get down and understand that all these issues are interconnected. The bullying, the gun violence, domestic violence, sexual violence. We need a whole school, whole community, whole child approach. We can prevent these issues from happening. We can heal individuals, families, and community in a trauma-informed, culture-responsive manner. And lastly, let's utilize the diversity and experience of all of our stakeholder groups. Communication, coordination, and collaboration is key to our success. Parents and caregivers, students, and community partners who are of and from our communities on the ground every day are crucial to this effort. As Dr. Mistretta spoke about before, we've got a great parent and family engagement policy and a district plan for shared decision making. We're ready to engage. The tenor has changed, the culture is shifting. That's great. We need action. We don't need to be making this stuff up because we've had success before. So let's take urgent action because our children's lives are literally at stake. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bowman. Superintendent, now's your opportunity to provide responses to tonight's speakers.
Thank you, President Petrucci. The community has spoken, and I have listened, and I have heard. So I'm going to try to reply concisely to each one of the speakers that have spoken. My team has also heard many of the concerns that have been expressed. We will be reaching out to work collaboratively with you. You have an interim superintendent who is inclusive, collaborative, solution-focused, smart, committed, and I care. So I am the interim superintendent, and if we all pull together and work together, we can do some superhuman, superhero things that will have great outcomes for our children. It will take all of us. So I will now address I know that some folks have left, but I want to share for our first speaker, Ms. Baldwin. She shared a situation whereby a student was pulled out of class today. I want to say that, you know, the kind of culture that I am looking forward to building and expanding is one where all of our school environments are safe and supportive. We value the voice of our students. And so we'll be working to find out, you know, where that happened and how we can work to support whatever happened today so that that doesn't happen again. Mr. Herbert, I do serve as the interim superintendent. I'm not the permanent superintendent, I'm the interim superintendent. And so I know that you shared that you had some thoughts about, you know, selecting a permanent superintendent. I just wanted to clarify that, and I want to assure you that under my leadership, I guess we could keep looking at some things that have happened in the past, but I really want us to look at moving forward. It is a new day. I want us to look at moving forward and working together. You're welcome. Mr. Reed, I want you to know that we will be taking all of the concerns that you have shared very, very seriously. We'll take a look at the information that you shared with me, and we will be getting back in touch with you. Ms. Meadows mentioned that Mckinley was at one time a criteria-based school. I believe that according to board policy, you know, we have a choice system in our district with respect to high schools, and so any student that is interested in applying to Mckinley has an equitable opportunity to attend Mckinley High School. So, and we are also, you know, under our taking things to the next level, she mentioned there's a need for there to be a more diverse workforce, and and that is specifically outlined in our document that I shared a little earlier. To Leon Elias, who was our student, the courage that she displayed coming forward is exemplary. And I believe it was her mom who looked as young as her daughter that also came with her. I appreciate the comment. She spoke about her daughter being a golfer and Mr. Horn, who's a legend in the community, being her coach. And we certainly want to support and move forward, you know, all of the things that she talked about. So we're going to reach out to Leandra. We have a wonderful student rep here with us tonight, and she has agreed to reach out to Leandra and to support her. We had another student, Jay Sean Garner, who shared some things of, you know, about his experiences with not feeling safe and, you know, drugs being dealt around the school. I know that he is working with staff right now to rectify some of the things that he shared, and I'm going to ask Dr. Wright if she wouldn't mind reaching out to the family to see how we can better support Jay Sean. Joanne Evans shared that she was interested in a transfer for, I believe, her grandchild, and wanted to know how that can happen. We will reach out to her. Certainly there are protocols when you're requesting transfer from one school to another school, but we are a choice district. We're a Buffalo public school district, public school, which means that, you know, there are always some openings that are at our school. We're always prepared to receive children, so we'll be working with Ms. Evans and see how we can support her. Ms. Harris mentioned that Mckinley School, she had some concerns about the safety and about the curriculum. Dr. Morrell has a wonderful curriculum. She works closely with Chief Botticelli so that the core curriculum infuses some meaningful, culturally relevant pieces for our children. I would ask that perhaps you reach out to Ms. Harris, who I believe works at one of our schools, and you know, she mentioned mental health in our children, and we take that very, very seriously. Even for our youngest learners, we take that very seriously. Annalise Eason, she spoke about Operation Her. Yes, she and Ms. Craig, and certainly we're going to reach out. I want to learn a little more about the curriculum. We'll have staff reach out. You know, we want the same thing that they want to see for our children, which is all of our children feeling safe and learning at prioritized levels. And so we want the same thing. So we will be reaching out to them also. Mr. Bruno, I had a conversation with. I visited Riverside today. Everybody knows Riverside is my alumni, and I love Riverside High School too. And I want to thank you for sending your child to a Buffalo Public School student. That says something about your commitment to our district. We spoke a little bit about the need to possibly look at expanding our alternative programs so that it's more state-of-the-art and that we have lots of social-emotional supports for our children and families that attend those schools. I've already started the conversations with two of our associates of school leadership. I'm very interested. I think we are at a time where we have to look at that process. And so thank you for sharing that. We are looking to do just that. Dr. Mistretta, a shift has already begun. It has begun. It will continue. I'm looking forward to my continued work with the parents. I respect all of our parents. I respect your work. I respect Ms. Bauer Walker's work, Kim Hernandez. I respect Mr. Spidell. I've worked with you all over the years. I'm looking forward to us meeting regularly so that I can stay abreast. So we will be working together. Mr. Fields shared information about the possibility of doing some remote or providing some remote opportunities for commentary so that parents don't have to come all the way here and sit for a while, quite a while sometimes, in order to give a 3-minute commentary. I think that's something that we can certainly look into. And he spoke about the importance of all of our students not only being able to read, write, and do mathematics at grade level, but above grade level. And I'm right with them. I agree with that. That's what we're striving to have. Mrs. Felder talked about, let's see here, graduation and doing a survey, and our student rep asked if she could address this, and so I'm going to turn the mic over to her to let her address some of those comments.
Thank you. So about the graduation measurements, I actually had a meeting with those who handle this, and there is something actually being done about this. We all took a survey and broke out into groups on how us as students think that the graduation should go and what our requirements should be, because they have visited this problem in the past, but it has not been changed. And they do want to actually change it now, so they have gotten our input and teachers' input, and something is being done to fix the graduation requirements. And I'm not sure if she's still here to hear this, but I hope that answers her question or anyone else who was wondering the same thing.
Thank you. We had Mr. Radford, who shared he has some concerns about the athletic program at Hutch Tech. He's interested in the possibility of us creating an athletic council. I think that is possible to do, so that we can discuss some of his concerns more specifically, and not only his concerns, but concerns from the community. Mr. Spidell had lots of recommendations for how to fix things. Certainly, you know, I respect everyone's opinions. There are some things that you shared that might be an easier fix than others, but I'm certainly open to a conversation. Ms. Curry, on behalf of Ms. Williams, sharing information about the bus issues. First of all, I want to say I really like Jordan. Really like Jordan and what you shared about him and him being a good student and wanting to be in school on time every day and getting frustrated when that doesn't happen. I think we all feel a little frustrated too that, you know, that's not happening. I want to thank you and Ms. Williams for sharing these concerns, and I'll reach out to her and get a little more information from her, you know, specifically what's happening with the bus that Jordan is taking. Mr. Swain. Mr. Swain, is he still? Okay. So we met about a week ago, myself, you, and Mr. Kuzma. And I just want to share that we all deeply appreciate the work of our school custodians. I mean, especially during COVID, the things that our custodians have done. I've been a principal, and you know, I know the hard work that custodians do in schools. I don't think there's a person in here that doesn't want the contract settled. I think we all do. And so I know you're working through negotiations, you know, to get that done. I hope that it gets done sooner rather than later. I think bringing forward, you know, the custodians that came tonight certainly put a face, you know, to the narrative. And I just want to say that on behalf of the board and our district, we do appreciate. I heard some say they felt a little undervalued, but we do appreciate their work. We deeply appreciate it. Ms. Williams. You know, what I really like about what Ms. Williams shared is that she's coming with solutions. You know, she's sharing her narrative and she's sharing some concerns with respect to bullying and building relationships, and she's also sharing that she wants to support the district in our efforts to address bullying, safety, and all of those issues. I appreciate it. We will reach out to you. And finally, Ms. Bauer-Walker, I deeply appreciate your work. We've worked on several things over the years together. I'm also committed to making sure that our code of conduct and our wellness policy are implemented with fidelity in every single one of our schools. I agree with you. We have a framework in place. It's just a matter of getting it implemented and providing training to make sure that that happens, and we will do that. I think that's everyone.
Thank you very much, Dr. Williams, for your responses. It's just an observation. I don't think I've seen the crowd applaud the response to the superintendent.
We're on your side.
Yeah. Thank you, everyone.
Difference a day makes.
Yeah. So next up, we have action on the meetings from previous meetings. Action on the minutes, I'm sorry, from the previous meetings. Can I have a motion to approve January 26, 2022, February 16, 2022, and March 2nd of 2022? So moved by Mr. Terrence Hurd, second by Ms. Paulette Woods. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any objections? Any abstentions? Hearing none, the meetings are all approved. Thank you very much. So next comes to committee reports. I would be remiss noting her excellent response. We're going to start with Ms. Cameron tonight. Ms. Cameron, do you have anything to report out to the board tonight?
Hi. I want to keep it short, but I do have somewhat a lot to say. First, I would just like to report on my last meeting with the Interim High Council. And in this meeting, we just did have a small talk about our community service project, which we do every year. And we will report on that in May. And now I would just like to talk about a few things that students in my school and I know other students have been wanting to hear about and want answers to. And not only the students, but also teachers, because I know teachers come to me in my school and they're like, can you find this out? I'll try. First of all, I would like to say thank you for your approval on prom. I know everyone is very happy about that. And I have some of my friends up here who just needed to come and hear it from you. And also, oh, okay, well, there's Anaya. She is my treasurer for my school, in my school, and then there's Boulay. He is my vice president for my student council. Oh yes, I am from International Prep 198. And next, I did ask you a bit about the field trips because I know some people in my school and other schools are probably wondering when that will start up again. And just if there's anything else you can tell us about that and how that discussion is going.
About field trips?
Yeah.
Is Ms. Wilson here? Field trips?
Yes, they have been approved and have been scheduled to start up right after the 4th.
Right after the 4th. So field trips have been approved, and field trips will begin April 5th, right? Right after the 4th?
On the 4th going on.
April 4th, field trips for Buffalo Public Schools have been approved with safety measures.
All right, thank you. And next, I would also just like to touch on the lunches because I know in my school not many kids do actually eat the lunch because of how foul they are. And I just feel really bad because not many students have the opportunity to eat at home and they look forward to eating at school, but they come to school and they're not very pleased with what we are being served and if there's anything we can do about that. I know we just got the option of a salad bar, but some people still rather have more options like maybe a a pizza bar or a sub bar where you can build your own sub. Just more options. Next, I would just like to speak on the fellow students that were here. I know they're not here anymore, but I do feel very sorry for them. And I hope that we can do something to stop the bullying that is happening, because it's not something that should be, like, what is the word I'm looking for, approved of. And we shouldn't look at this as a good thing, and it's just very upsetting to me. And something else, the last thing I promise, is dress code. And I know females and males in our school are not very happy about it. But for females, we're always told, don't show your shoulders or your stomach because it's distracting to guys. But it's not distracting. It's really not. Like, it doesn't even distract our learning. It's kind of just useless at this point. And something else I would like to say is the do-rags and bonnets. It's always looked down upon, and in school, our teachers are like, don't wear do-rags. And she says shower caps, which is very disrespectful to us fellow, like, black people, because, like, that's just rude to say. Like, we know it's called a bonnet, not a shower cap. And I just feel like we should be able to wear them, because we are told, oh, you have to wear something that shows your culture. And for people who were raised like me and my friends and all the other black kids in my school, bonnets and do-rags are something that you wear to protect your hair, and we're told, just do your hair. And we all know that's not easy if you're a person of color. You can't just wake up and do your hair. So we have these ways of protecting it, and I just feel like, well, not me, because I don't actually roll myself, but other people in my school would really like to have that opportunity, and if that's something we can change. And that is all I have.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cameron. Area District Member Sharon Delton, do you have anything to report?
Thank you, Mr. President. And to our student representative, Jasmine, thank you for representing. I know it's late, and I'm not sure if your fellow students have had anything to eat, but certainly we want to make sure that they're hungry, that they can have some food tonight before they go home. I'm going to talk a little bit about the lobbying efforts that we did. The Council of Big City Schools, the Big Five, did a lobbying effort, and this was invited. Everyone in the board was invited. Some people took advantage of it. Mr. Scott came along with Paulette on one or two occasions, and Luke Petrucci represented us very well throughout the 3 days, 4 days. And I want to share why this is so important, because as board members, and we work with fellow board members from all over the state, and we had an opportunity to talk to our legislators. I met because I am vice chair of the Big Five. I also sat in with Syracuse and New York City and Albany on their members and their lobbying. But I'm proud to say that we were well received from the majority of our legislators. Senator Shelley Mayer, our friend and chair of the Senate Education Committee. We also met with representatives from Honorable Crystal Stokes. We met with Assemblyman Jonathan Revere and Assemblyman William Conrad and Patrick Burke. In addition to that, we had a robust conversation with Honorable Commissioner Betty Rosa and the Board of Regents Chair Lester Young. We talked about diversity, equity, and inclusion and the things that the state is moving forward with. I was very pleased to be a part of that, looking forward next year to doing it again. In regards to my meetings that I've had, I always attend, or I always represent the board when I attend the Hunter Park Taxpayer Association meeting. on a weekly basis. We have the Council of Great City Schools on Friday at 1 o'clock. All board members are invited to attend, and it's an open meeting. Had the opportunity to meet with David Russ at Say Yes to catch up on some of the things that are going on in his organization. It was my pleasure. On the 5th of March, I attended the school board conference at Mount Olive, sponsored by the think tank for potential school board candidates. On March 8th, I got a call out from a community member who had never done any advocacy about a slaughterhouse that was being built on the corner of Kensington and Fillmore. We started a campaign. We were able to reach out to people in the community. BTF assisted us with the petition drive. We will be finalizing that for next week. I attended on Tuesday, which was yesterday, the hearing for the special use permit. I was voted down at that committee, and next Tuesday at 2 p.m., the Common Council prayerfully will vote it down. To tell you a little bit about a slaughterhouse going in the middle of the inner city, it's very offensive. I have 4 schools that are within downwind of that. I did not even fancy the thought of the smell that would exist in that community. And it's just unfathomable that somebody would even be proposing something like this. I also asked the Common Council to pass a permanent legislation ordinance that would stop anyone from ever putting a slaughterhouse in the middle of or in the city. It's just unconscionable. On the 8th, I attended, March the 8th, I attended Bennett Redesign Team meeting. Followed 2 days later, on the 10th, the Middle Early College, they had reached out to me and asked me to come. On the 14th, I met with staff regarding a proposed project to be shared later this evening with the board. And on Tuesday, March the 15th, I spoke and presented a letter to the Common Council on behalf of my district. And basically, that's in between all the other things that I do as a board member and advocacy. I do. So that's what I have to report. I will be meeting next week with the New York State School Board Association for their Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dalton. Chairperson of our Finance Operation Committee, Paulette Woods, Central District Representative, what do you have for us?
Well, we did have a Finance and Ops Committee meeting, and our illustrious CFO did go over planning and the schedule for this year's budget, 2023 budget. And he also went over the expenditures for the ESSER monies and the American Rescue Act plans. And we agree that we're going to have to have special meetings to go over it because the board needs more detail on what it is asking for, more details on both of those. I did attend also a school board forum sponsored by the think tank. Interesting person attending. We see other people who are running that are attending our meetings now to find out what the school is doing. I did attend some of the lobbying issues. Today, 2 days ago, I went and spent 3 hours with my Hutch Tech school to go over the safety issues and the IT issues. Can you hear me? IT issues at their school, and I did a tour. They decorated the doors for International Day, and it was a lovely tour, but they have a lot of problems, and I did share some of my concerns with our new superintendent, who's very responsive. Yesterday, I did spend a couple hours at her Philadelphia school with the parent whose child had been beat up on the bus, and expressed our love, concern, and support, and made sure that there was a detailed plan to support the family, the older student, and the younger student that was beat up. So she's well aware that we care and that we will make a difference, and that support systems are. Today, we had the forum, urban forum. I did attend a couple of those classes. I am so proud that we are reaching out and doing the CLI program so that our students will be sensitive to each other, because that's what many of my schools are telling me. We need more empathy. We need more concern and more cultural understanding. That's my report.
Thank you, Ms. Woods. Mr. Scott, do you have a committee report?
I have just some updates, and I've had a busy month, so bear with me here. I did participate in the Big Five lobbying conference with other board members, as Sharon mentioned. The Commissioner Rosa and Chancellor Young, I think, to me, were the most productive. They really seem to understand the issues that we deal with as urban school districts. So that was refreshing. Dr. Williams, I know you're busy, and I'm surprised Ms. Belton-Coppin didn't bring this up, but there's really a need when you have time on your schedule to reestablish partnerships with our Western New York delegation. We heard from a few, or two in particular, that feel like they haven't been hearing from us, and they wanna have that relationship, and they want to support us in any way that they can at the state level. March 2nd and March 10th, I participated in the after-school task force. They've been well attended by parent leaders, some community leaders, community-based organizations, and staff, principals as well. They've been very productive meetings. I'm happy to hear that Dr. Williams has approved beginning after-school programming for those schools that have the 21st Century Grant, and hopeful that tomorrow, in our third task force meeting, that we will have a plan coming forward on establishing after-school programming in the rest of our elementary schools. March 5th, I was a panelist at the Sidell Call to Leadership Conference with Kenton School Board President Matt Shamera, Board Member Bob Lee Holgrove from Brockton Central Schools. It was a conversation facilitated by David Lowry, Executive Director of Erie County Association of School Boards. Sidell is short for the Committee Identifying and Developing Educational Leadership. BPS was very well represented with our very own Mrs. Tanika Shedrick as the keynote speaker. Dr. Bullock and Mrs. Smolsky-Peters were on a panel that was well attended. And Dr. Bullock's daughter was also on a student panel, and she was absolutely phenomenal. Talk about a future leader. I see a future leader in education there on Dr. Bullock's daughter. And for me, it was a very positive experience. It was well attended, the reception was excellent, and we talked with the other board members that were on the panel after the discussion, and for us it was almost like therapeutic, because we've experienced this pandemic, and to have that opportunity to just talk with other board members and have people here, it was a little bit of therapy for us. March 12th, this past Saturday, I attended 2 Saturday Academies, Lydia T. Wright and Herman Badillo. I met the Say Yes Navigator at Badillo, Mrs. Rodriguez Perez. It was just, the energy was just bustling, the activity. It was a great feeling to see our staff there, students and families, and all the activities that were occurring. And this is kind of the energy that kind of is going into my resolution. I know we're moving in the right direction and getting our schools opened up, but I really think we need to push it and keep it going, because our students and our families and staff need these experiences. And then yesterday, I spoke to the Common Council Community Development Committee on the sidewalk snow removal program and our resolution that we passed. Others spoke on the matter as well. And I would say there's at least a strong majority of Common Council members that want to see something in the upcoming budget. What that's going to be is still to be determined. But there was also discussion about NFTA bus stops and the need to get those cleared, and that being a priority. There was discussion about whose responsibility it should be and the vagueness of whose actual responsibility it is. But I was hopeful that something should start next winter season. And then lastly, next committee meetings, April 6th, our next Educational Support Committee, we have Dave Rust that will be presenting and discussing the potential for a 3-year-old preschool in Buffalo Public Schools.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. I'm glad that all of you that have been attending the workshops and the various committees and discussionary county association school boards again. For a while, we had not been sending representatives. It's good to see people. It's a great organization with a lot of great speakers and outreach. And, you know, they do a lot of great things for the district as well. And sometimes it's good to commiserate as well. Dr. Kathy Evans-Brown, what do you have for us this evening?
This is a report from our March 9th Student Achievement Committee report. Evan Belloc, Chief Accountability Officer, Chief Informational Officer, did a presentation, her and her team, about attendance data and graduation data. So Ms. Belloc and her team talked about the average daily attendance rate, which average about 80% of our children attend school on a daily basis. It appears that the high school students' attendance is much lower, and this data can be found on the Buffalo Public School website dashboard. There's been aggressive efforts to garner and engage. I believe I remember 500 plus students who are missing from the district in our attendance role. So, for example, some of the strategies that Ms. Bullock's team have done was, number one, they added additional attendance teachers and guidance counselors. Either they hired them or they're in the process of being hired to effect change. There's designated staff that come in on Saturdays as a strategy to make phone calls to missing children, text, email, etc., to connect with these children and their families. And the plan is to conduct home visits and reach out efforts to connect and re-engage these children. The graduation rate for 2021 has increased 2.2% from 2020. So the 21 Buffalo Public School graduation rate is about 78%. It seems that many of our high school graduations are as high as 98.6%. So that 78% is really an aggregate of all the schools. But we do have schools who have graduation rates of 98.6%, 97%, 95%, etc. Other high school graduation rates were 93.6, 92.9, etc. Some of our high school graduations rates were in the 81% range, down to about 72.3. The only high school below 70% was Burgard. However, they are knocking on the door with a 67% graduation rate. All the other high schools had a graduation rate of at least 70% and above. The graduation standard is 80%. For a detailed presentation of the 3922 student achievement presentation, you can go on the website that I mentioned, and the recordings on YouTube. So that was the student achievement committee meeting. In addition, I've had conversations with principals at schools in the downtown area about along with the superintendent, to mitigate large numbers of students looking for a battleground to fight. So I work downtown, and that's been the culminating event on a regular basis. And so, since I've been involved with the superintendent, I tell you, it's not happening anymore. That quickly, so thank you for your attentiveness and your intervention, whatever that was, because it was, out of the movies, you know, you see all the show, I'm talking about tons of young people on the corner of Genesee and Main Street, just congregating, waiting to fight, and they got to fight too. Couple fights. But anyway, thank you for that. I attended the candidate for school board in the next upcoming 3-year term, sponsored by the local think tank, as Sharon and Paulette mentioned. This was held at Mount Olive Baptist Church, where Bishop Gillison is the pastor. This Friday, I'm going to be meeting with Reverend Julian Cook, who is the pastor of Macedonia Baptist Church. He's also the director of Helton College, located under the city. And we're going to be discussing some collaborative efforts, so I'll let you know what that outcome was. I attended the Urban Forum yesterday. Was it yesterday? Yeah. Was it yesterday?
Yesterday.
The 15th.
Today was such taken.
Under the leadership of Dr. Tina Morrell, Office of CLRI, the theme was Bold Embraces for Healing Spaces by Dr. Yolanda Seeley Rouse. She's from Columbia University. It was fantastic. When I looked at the number of people who were in attendance, the attendance went as high as 326 individuals that were on that Zoom site. Mostly administrators, educators, students, and parents, and board members. So, out there. But it was fantastic. It was a good message, and I think CLRI, the Office of CLRI, under the leadership of Dr. Morrell, is doing their thing, not only in Buffalo, but across the state and the country. So that's the end of my report.
Thank you, Dr. Manley and Ms. Brown. Mr. Hurd, do you have anything to report?
Yes, thank you, President Patricia. First, I just like to know before we get to that, Dr. Tyler Williams, one thing I'm concerned about is the promise here at Buffalo Public Schools. And the reason why I say that is that I've been reaching out to a lot of venues here in the city of Buffalo, because now since COVID has lifted and people in the city are feeling like they're free, they started hosting other events. I see like other venues are actually all hooked up across the city of Buffalo. So we can probably possibly reach out, maybe form a committee or something to help these students celebrate a prom after a number of years not having one. And so I just think that helping them possibly maybe it's going to be at the school or we can find locations for their proms that should do every effort that we can to make sure they have an enjoyable time moving forward. So if any way I can help with that, please let me know. And I'll be happy to assist with our schools and make sure our kids can move forward with proms. Once again, I'd like to say we celebrate Women's History Month, so all the women here on the board and our administrative staff members and as out there, congratulations for the work that you do. We really appreciate you as individuals and as mothers and grandmothers and great-grandmothers, community leaders, those that don't have any children. We appreciate you just as well. So thank you for the work that you do. To start off, I would like to start off with some things that we did this year that we're working on this month. I was very proud of this working with the groups in 1972 Lafayette class reunion. And we connected them with the principal, John Starkey. And so they have a very, very great agenda moving forward. So they talk about doing a meet and greet on August 5th, a boat riding on August 7th. And this is their 50th high school reunion. So it's a wonderful time just to work with some of the people that was a generation before me. And August 7th, they're going to end it with the Pine Grove reunion. So they're going to have a weekend celebration and working with them and connecting them to the very, very strong Lafayette alumni group has been very, very wonderful for me also. I've met a lot of individuals who really, really care about that program in Lafayette and the school and direction that they're going in. So I know they have another group also that's planning the prom in Lafayette. So we're just trying to help organize that. Anything that the district can do, please contact me just to make sure those events are successful for them. On the 8th, I visited Riverside. One thing I received some calls from teachers over at Riverside about the threat of an Instagram post that there might be some act that will happen on today, 3/16. I'm happy that Dr. Tanya Rose was there this morning to assist in opening of Riverside. And I know that we had a speaker today, Mark Brown. He spoke about the reported threats that went on. So I did meet with the principal Jones there, and I did speak with some of the teachers while I was there. We talked about some of the programs that we initiated at Riverside. So make sure they feel safe. We have breaking barriers and say yes, that's over at Riverside, working with the youth there. And she said that they're getting more programs. So that's why I'm happy that we're working on developing programs here in the district to reach out to the youth of many different cultures and variations. And so in different backgrounds and different parts of the city. So that remains a very positive goal. So we did receive that notice about the threat. I did speak with our Interim Superintendent, Dr. Tanya Williams, about that. And she took fast action working with that, so to make sure that it's properly communicated throughout the school and the building. Thank you for that. We also talked about the community school program over at Riverside. So that's a great success. So we were also in participation in how to even grow it and bring more programs here for the community schools. So that was a very, very great visit. Another thing we visited was Harvey Austin School and with Principal Cameron Hall. And I posted some stuff up because I know it was in this month, not in February, but they had a Black History program and they did it virtually. And it was a huge success over there. And they talked about what can they do to help promote Black teachers and Black education, and also work with all groups there. And history is history, how they portray it. And that we really have to indulge in all people, all nationalities, all races, and everybody's represented there at that school also, just like other schools. So that was a great program, and you can still go on social media and watch it also. And we also talked about the safeguards of the incident that happened here, and things that they took place to assure the parents that it's a safe environment there, and that they were on top of their students. And the best part about Harvey Austin School is that they have great relationships with the students. So they talk to the students, they talk with them, the students come to them, they have a problem or issue. So that line of communication and very, very humble mentality about the principal himself, and it really opens up the door for students to talk to them and talk to the staff there. So they have great communication at that school. I also visited South Park, spoke with the principal there. Great program there, met with a couple of teachers there that I worked with in the past, and some teachers that I met, and security also at South Park, because they said they had a couple of different issues that they dealt with also. So they're top notch, and they have a great relationship with their students also. So that was a great visit there. Also, several times I visited Mckinley High School and the teachers, and glad to see that program success as just how it was illustrated earlier a couple hours ago when we first started. So thank you for everybody's input into Mckinley and working with that school, because it was a real tight feeling, with the students returning back to the building and how they were going to be accepted and what the expectations locations of school and education. So I think we're meeting the student needs and goals at that location. I also visited Tapestry student program, but I'll say that with the sports piece. I met with Dr. Catherine Collins and for the New York State Board of our region, and she talked about next steps for the district and some things I'd love to share with you personally, and how she feels that we can do as a district move forward. Also, I did meet with Superintendent Dr. John Williams. We talked about youth initiatives, and also we talked about what's the climate of our schools in education. So I've really heard a great conversation with her, what she feels that she wants how she wants to move the district forward, and I really support her. And I said, I expect, as I put out publicly, I support Dr. John Williams and her goals in this district, and hope everybody else can find a way to support her also, because she's, I believe, a great leader moving forward, and we should always try to back those individuals who love our kids and love our community. Also, briefly met with Dr. Mona Reynolds. We spoke about community programs. We met with Dr. Fatima Morrell. Great initiative, the community forum that we had on the 15th. It was outstanding. Everybody should really, applaud her for the work that she's doing with our community and reaching out across the state and getting people to recognize what's going on in Buffalo and how to move forward with our children. So it was great to be on that call yesterday, and I really appreciate the invite. And of course, I support her in these initiatives and trying to find, not just talk about problems and issues, but find solutions. Thank you for your work. I spoke with and met with Dr. Liz McCaffey for the Canisius College Talent Search Program. That program now is installed at the Performing Arts School, MST School, Research Lab, Bergard, and they're working now to reestablish a program at Mckinley High School where they reach out to our youth and mentoring, counseling our youth, and it's really great to have a collegiate level talent, working with our children and giving the mindset that there is another level after high school that they can proceed and go to a college setting and also continuing education. Of course, we had a couple of meetings with the Break the Barriers program. We meet twice a week, and youth voice is very important. And it's one thing I really want to talk about is the International Fiesta. I went on March 5th, went to Upstate, and this is one of the most impressive programs I've ever seen in my life, because this Fiesta is international, and it goes to talk about the African, the Asian American, group of Buffalo Zero, Buffalo Banga, Filipino communities, the Indian communities, Koreans, Latin, the origin of Arab students and Pakistani students. They all got together and put this giant performance on. It was a crowded theater over at the university campus. And I learned so much about culture, about dance, and how we should be able to learn how to work together and praise together, one another and celebrate one another. And my intern, her group dance, and they had this dance that they talked about in the performance. It really spoke about a young woman who was a victim of an acid attack. And it's very common in their culture over in India to where if a young lady turned a man down or a girl down, that they would throw acid in their face. So they got groups and cultural groups that work with these individuals who suffer this type of pain and hate crime. And so they did a play on it. They came in first place. So that was very, very great. Also, I went to the meeting for the Erie County Association of School Boards, executive board meeting. One thing that they wanted to know to tell the district and what we talked about, one of the things was COVID-19 tests. They all had expiration dates on them. So right now they're saying just look at your test dates, look at your boxes and see when those tests expire, so you might want to use them before that, or if anything else happens with the rise of COVID, this community placing orders for more COVID devices. So please take a look at our COVID devices and see what the expiration dates are on our boxes that's in our schools and buildings. We also talked about the executive board changes, law conference update at Salvatore Garden, and a couple of other events that's going on. Also was able to attend the school board meeting at Mount Olive Baptist Church. Our current board did very well in that meeting and discussed our policies and talked about the district direction, what we want to go in, what we want to work towards. So congratulations to our current board members. Also met with Say Yes, met with the president there about grant opportunities through corporate sponsorships. So Tommy McLean, Dave Weston and I talked about some opportunities that's available to Say Yes to help promote programs through Say Yes that would help our City of Buffalo district school communities. Also met with Catholic Charities. Catholic Charities is a grant that was given about guns and how to gun control in the community. So that program I spoke with Dr. Tunnis about, it was for young adults 18 to 24 years of age. But if anybody's interested in working or have ideas about how to help with gun control and gun violence in the community, that's one of the outlets that we can look to with the grants that was supplied to that organization. Also, met with NAACP and the Civic Engagement Committee and Education Committee. And one thing President of the NAACP, Mark Gould, talked about the AXO program, about statewide initiative. I want to connect him with Dr. Tima Morrell. Another thing is the Area Tuck 5K Walk. That's on March 26th. You can go onto the website for Area Tuck 5K Walk, and you can see how to participate in the program, in-person, virtual, and it's a walk-for-one type of program, so that it is to promote steps that Harriet took for freedom and liberation in this country, and how she gave her life, sacrificed her entire life, to help those who were in need. Last, I'd like to go into today. My wife actually was by the ECC and by President Dr. David Balkin, and we also spoke at ECC to PCC Early College students through the Erie County Student Life and Student Government Association. It was a great time to speak with students and get their inspection. And the title of the program was She Speaks Series. They got a guest series of women speakers that go on and talk to the youth there and talk about their story and how they go through adversity to move forward to build success. For the athletic department, quickly, I'll just go over it. One of the things, name came up earlier with Jim Horn. He's one of our advocates that we worked with for the Modified Unified Sports Program to teach golf to our youth. Also, so he's already worked with our youth in the Buffalo schools, and we want to embrace that and build it even more. We've been working on our G&G fitness upgrades over at Riverside High School, Performance Arts High School, which has been huge success. We moved new equipment in here, got rid of old equipment that was actually hazardous and harmful. We've been working on our summer camp, which is very important to our kids. I'd like to sit down and discuss it when we give me a call about our summer camp, our summer needs, and summer strength and conditioning plan for all students in the Buffalo schools. We also have a departmental of all coaching staff. The Modified Sports Program is planning preparation for MSP committees. So some of those committees that we talked about is already in the plan for elementary principal meetings, also in site visits. So we've been going around with site visits to our elementary programs. I'm not going to name them, but for the north, south, east, west of Buffalo, 8 different field locations for our rollout of our Modified Sports Program. The last thing I understand, we're also planning for a summer basketball league for Buffalo Public School students here in the city of Buffalo also, so we're looking at permits and grants for that. And that will also roll out with our flag football program. So that concludes my report. And Education Support Committee was really the community leader program. We have 25 pastors in the city of Buffalo that got together and want to come work with our Buffalo Public School kids. And I'm glad the initiative that was said earlier about help support and bring a community element into our schools. These 25 pastors will accumulate over 100 people from the congregation that will be trained, working with Say Yes and mental health and counseling. And they can come into the schools and all buildings, even grief counseling, even supports. We have supports from the Barber School of Dance, that's included also, and also a prison ministry. And that's very important for our students because we have some of their parents that's incarcerated or caregivers that's incarcerated that's either in the system or maybe coming out of the system. So it gives them elements of how to work through that, how to deal with it when the parent is incarcerated, when the parent come home, how to open the gates to that person, individual, and establish new relationships. So all this is very important. I asked for everybody to support the Youth Leaders Program. And since then, I have a slew of other ministers that want to come join into the program, and also a slew of other individuals that want to work with female programs, and working with John Starkey over at Lafayette to work about a Muslim program, how to establish work with the Muslim communities. They have a lot of different challenges about bringing those programs to the district also. So that concludes my report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hurd. Dr. Rivera, you're up next.
All I have to report is what we did for our executive affairs work session. We had a special meeting to go over the Mckinley Climate and Culture Plan update. We passed a resolution to establish an expert examination into the February 9, 2022 incident at McKinley High School. We passed a resolution regarding the resignation of Dr. Brandon Cash.
Thank you. Ms. Magosi?
Okay, so I had multiple conversations and meetings as well throughout the month. Definitely not going to list them all. I will list, I had a teacher, I'm the representative for the Teacher Center Policy Board, and met with them. They have their new curriculum as well as really great updates as to what they're offering our teachers for PD. And they would like to have the district look into maybe some payroll issues that they're experiencing for the folks in the center and then across the district. So I was asked to pass that along and just look into it. It wasn't accusations or anything like that. It was just if you could look into the process. I will state that I did host, and this might be a little off key, but there was a school to prison pipeline conversation that had triggered the United Methodist Women's Group. So I facilitated a Bible study around the school to prison pipeline with many of our leaders across Western New York in this United Methodist Women's Group. And they have many connections and work within many of their schools and their districts. And from Orchard Park to Niagara Falls to Hamburg, there were many representatives on this call. And if possible, we have a lot of the similar issues that we're dealing with, but because they're smaller districts, they're actually looking to us and see us as role models for what we've been doing. They respect the CLRI, even though many of their constituents do not. So they want to be able to present these types of ideas and work with it, and, work with us in a way that they'll get more pushback than acceptance, but how do they make sure that most faith-based leaders still have issue with trying to get into schools because of this, but they also have connections outside of that. So I would like to facilitate just some sort of conversation with you all to help figure out how they can just present the model or how we're looking into things. They're very receptive, not even curious, just really accepting of what we do. They see it as very positive, and many of these folks don't look like many of us. So I just am very inspired and encouraged by how many people came to this call because it was entitled School to Prison Pipeline. So they had an option, and it was Zoom. So they had an option to show. I felt I needed to share that, so thank you for that. And the last thing is I was just told that I don't need formal approvals, but look out for a forum. I'm harnessing the energy from, our new superintendent and how we're all kind of coming together in many different ways, both internally, externally. On April 24th, it's a it's a Saturday, from 1 to 4 at School 45. Details will be coming soon. We'll be holding, it's in the West District, but it's open to everyone, a teacher-student forum to garner the voices of teachers and students that presented the kind of logistics, like a draft of what it is we're going to try and do. Just look forward to the fact that we will be bringing 23rd. Did I say 24th? Thank you, Sharon. 23rd, Saturday 23rd. But there'll be details to come, but we will be trying to harness,
a gathering of everyone's voice, but, you know, students and teachers have been stating for quite a while that their, you know, voices sometimes are not being heard, that they're not being listened to, and I'm hoping that this is one of many forums that we put together, not only as a board, but as a district. I haven't asked you up, but I'm hoping you can make that time to show, and just look out for details on that. And that's my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cozy. I appreciate it. I've got a few things. I'm going to try and not touch upon things that I participated in that my fellow board members haven't mentioned. Today, we all received a wonderful invitation from the Great City Schools, who are partnering with Harvard to create this institute this summer about accelerating board capacity this July. So I've had the opportunity to go to similar type things on behalf of the city. They're wonderful. They're also very expensive, just so you know. I'll just put it out there. Next, I want to say, not last. I tried to log on to DPCC. I had a short window because it was my daughter's birthday. We were going out to dinner. But I did want to show my support, and I wanted to make note that Dr. Williams was there. It was the first time in a long time. I know that Mr. Spadell mentioned it. But it just, I think it sets the tone and tenor for the district going forward. I thought that was very important. That's why I wanted to. I ended up texting people because I couldn't log on. But I just wanted to make note of that because I really thought that was quite important. On March 6th, a South Buffalo resident and a Buffalo Academy Division of Performing Arts student, Grace Sullivan, sang the Canadian American National Anthem. So I wanted to make sure that I recognized her. So I always like when local kids do well. For those of you, I sent you an email earlier, NISBA's resolution committee. So if there's something that you want for me to present to the resolution committee, please let me know. It's not a pop quiz, you don't have to tell me right now. But if we put it before the general committee and they support it, they will put all the weight that the New York State School Board Association has and the 695 districts behind it to support the item going forward. And it's great, and it does, you can see where things go from the resolution committee to the assembly and the Senate and for passage and signature. So it's very important, so please, if you have something, let me know. Tomorrow's the SAGAS operating committee, but also we received a copy of the final synopsis of their summer camp and what summer camp did. So if you get the chance, read it because it's a very impressive document about how the summer camp has a direct impact upon our students in the following year. So I welcome you all to take a look at that. One more thing, I tried to get on the urban forum today. I could not. I got Paulette, so I'm going to read the books that I received. Last, I do know that we spent a lot of time exploring options for more space for the Buffalo Public Schools over these last few weeks. So I will leave it at that very point. Now, hearing anything else, that concludes our...
I forgot one other thing. I met with Mckinley School because we've had 3 different issues. You brought an issue to me about ventilation and heat, another issue about snuff. So tomorrow at 9 a.m., I will be there observing all the different issues. So I've been meeting with all my schools, and I just don't write all this stuff down.
Right. Thank you, Ms. Woods. Which brings us to the consent agenda. Can I have a motion to accept the consent agenda? So moved by Mr. Scott, second by Dr. Kathy Evans-Brown. Let's see what we have for our exception list. First one I see is 12A, Terrence Hurd. Travel Logs International Travel Agency, I would front of the non-public historical field trip. Ms. Ann Bonicello? Oh, Mr. Hurd said to scratch that. Next, 13A, it's one above. Resolution to accept Nicole Henry Jones donation to Buffalo Public Schools. Terrence Hurd.
There's 2 more questions for me, so I'm staying for me.
Mr. Hurd, you had a comment about Ms. Nicole Hannah Jones donation to Buffalo Public Schools?
I guess I just want to say given and donated to the Buffalo Public Schools $10,000, which is great on behalf, and to schools that she appointed, I believe, getting that resources, very well, and very beneficial. So it was just a thing.
Thank you, Mr. Hurd. Continuing with that, Mr. Hurd, he has a question on both 19C and E regarding common corner items and common corners. Common corners.
Yes, I was looking at the program. I visited numerous model schools, and I was looking at their common rooms. But the money that I see here that was spent, I don't see like the cost of expenditures for these two programs. And I'd like to see more about what they're going to do in the future, what they're going to bring. I read their invoice of what they're purchasing. Comfort bean bags, adult bean bags, loungers, the one-piece secure home aquariums, and total the number of them. But for the money that was spent so far, I haven't seen those spent well within the school that I visited. Give you much explanation about it?
Sure, if I may, these are actually different than the rooms you're referencing. These are for our self-contained classrooms. They're for the corners of the room so students can choose to go to that area to calm down, to self-regulate before they return to the rest of the class. So they'll be in the actual special education rooms. And we're also adding sensory kits to many of our rooms as well. So you'll be seeing items for both of those.
So the children remain in the classroom?
Yes.
Classroom setting? And what about the rooms that they have to be removed from the classroom? Are those being addressed also?
I would actually defer to some of my colleagues. I don't oversee it. I work with special education, and this is specifically for special education rooms.
And this is for 19C and 19B?
Both of the common programs, yes.
Okay. It makes more sense that way, but I just wanted to know more about the common rooms that were created, for children to be removed from the classroom. Because we've seen visit couples like, sharp corners, or, it wasn't, all bean bags in there, or just maybe one with less elements. So just to get the background, we can touch bases on that with a phone call or so.
Sure. Our goal is to keep the kids in the room. So setting up these common corners is our purposeful way of allowing students to remain in the setting and not have to leave. So it's one of our goals to make sure that we provide resources to the teachers and the students so that they can calm down if they're feeling frustrated or feeling agitated during class time and not have to leave. But the rooms you're referring to, I can find out more and get back to you.
Thank you, Mrs. Manager.
Are your questions satisfactory answer, Mr. Thank you very much. Next, I have questions from Ms. Sharon Mckinley regarding 21 business affairs, payment for legal services, 2 invoices from Carter Seacrest and Emory, and 1 invoice from BOCES, both incurred during the month of February. Ms. Mckinley.
So the question in regards to 21C and D, as I was reading a detailed summary of what we were being billed for, it became clear that we have not been updated in a long time in regards to the breach and the work that is being done. And so, for whatever reason, various committees have not brought that forward. I would like to get an update. It's been a year. We do not know what's going on, what type of work is being done in regards to this. There are some things that are mentioned in here, certain projects that have not been shared with us. And I would like an update on that. And I'd like also to know what these projects are and why we're still paying for attorneys at this stage of the game. I'm just curious to know what's going on with this. Okay, so I'm not going to not vote for it, but I do expect under educational support to find out, or executive affairs, what's going on with the breach. We've been spent a lot of money. I want a detailed breakdown on it. I want to know the money that's being spent. I want to know everything about it because this area to have fair access to opportunities that are associated with monitoring this. And that means that I expect the proper procedures to be followed as far as RFPs accordingly. So that's the reason for bringing it to the board's attention at this point.
Thank you, Ms. Scott. Mr. Kuzma, would you like to respond?
No need to respond. I duly noted, and I think it's fair for the board to receive an update on our redesign, our rebuild, our risk assessment, and the work that's going on in IT to rebuild our infrastructure presently. So I think Dr. K, if you want to take a note of that and work with the committee chairs, we can have it added. And some of the details we may have to discuss in executive session. But duly noted, and the board deserves an update.
And I think it does fall under educational support, if I'm correct. It does.
Thank you, Ms. Scott.
And that's the type of stuff that I would like to see. If I'm going to go for committee time, I want to know certain things, okay? I need my time at this point in my life, which I have fewer years in front of me than behind me, to be positively and productively used by this board. And when we have meeting times, I need to feel that at the end of the night that we have talked at least about student progress in some aspect, and that it is not, and that the work that the superintendent and the staff needs to do is not brought before the board. And bring me what you need me to look at and review, but please don't take my time at this point. I miss opportunities. You do too, to be with your children, to do things like that. We need to be about the board's work. That's what we need to be about.
Thank you, Ms. Scott. I plan on living to be 114, so I'd like to think I'm ready now.
And the other one, I'm not sure why we're paying monthly for legal services, and that's what I'm curious about. What exactly are we?
Is that for BOCES, Ms. Scott?
Yeah.
Yeah, that has to do, Ms. Cotman, with the charter school litigation, which we are still wrapping up. I think, we have the charters signed. We've sent a letter to the regents. We're working with and utilizing outside counsel to work with the charter office, and I believe the extension of the charters that were approved as part of the settlement will be before the Board of Regents in April, to approve the extension of those charters for the next 2 years.
Well, this invoice made it look like that we do this every month. That's why I'm questioning it. When I looked at it, it looked as if we are paying them monthly for services, and that's why I questioned it.
No, that's not the case. That will end in the very near future, likely after next month.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, any other questions concerning the consent agenda? We will consider Mr. Scott's resolution afterwards. Yes, Mr. Burke.
Yes, one thing, to thank you, President, is 28, as our leader said, that I would like to work to have family involvement with that, to look at the community and have family involvement in the future of planning and reaching out to families for your direction, is going in.
Which number was it? Terrence, I missed it. I'm sorry.
I thought there was a response to email on that.
What's that, Terrence, again?
What was it?
22A, I think he meant. 22A.
Email.
The text message from earlier, Mr. Hurd, 22A. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, just have some approval from the community.
Thank you, Mr. Burke.
Thank you.
There is something in place about that. That being said, so we will consider the resolution afterwards. Can I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I think you just take a roll call vote. It's already on the table.
Okay. Mr. Kuzma, can you conduct a roll call?
Yeah, and just to note, the board's not voting on, as President Petrucci mentioned. No, but what's the resolution number, the board resolution? 26A, thank you. 26A is not part of this vote. How do you vote on the consent agenda, Ms. Belton-Cotman?
Exception 22A. And I'll abstain.
Abstain.
22A, no exceptions other than that.
So an abstention on 22A? Okay. Dr. Evans-Brown?
the vicinity. Okay, if she comes back, I'll circle back to her, but Mr. Hurd.
No exceptions.
Ms. J. Ms. McCosey. Dr. Rivera.
No exceptions.
Mr. Scott.
No exceptions.
Ms. Woods.
Exception 22A. You know my feelings about that, please.
Yep. And President Petrucci.
No exceptions.
Okay, consent agenda passes. I note the, would the board mind if I ask Dr. Evans-Brown at this point, even though it's a little out of order? Dr. Evans-Brown, we're voting on the consent agenda. Do you wish to cast a vote? No exceptions on the consent agenda for Dr. Evans-Brown. Consent agenda passes. Thank you. Next, we have Mr. Scott's resolution on resuming full in-person access to the BPS. Would you like to read the resolution, Mr. Scott?
Yeah, I think I'll summarize it because I think it's pretty succinct. And you want me to read it? Yes. Resolution on resuming full in-person access at Buffalo Public Schools. Whereas Buffalo Public Schools students, families, and staff have endured the COVID-19 pandemic since March of 2020, which has consisted of approximately 9 months of remote learning and approximately 4 months of hybrid learning. Whereas there is notable increase this school year in social and emotional challenges, behavioral infractions, and violence in schools and surrounding communities among Buffalo Public Schools students. Whereas Buffalo Public Schools students and families continue to incur restrictions impacting learning and social and emotional wellness compared to other public school districts and non-public schools. Whereas as of March 11th, the COVID-19 7-day positivity rate continues to decline at 2.0%, and all the city Buffalo zip codes are in the low yellow transmission rate per CDC. Whereas the COVID-19 case report on the Buffalo Public Schools website indicates a 7-day positivity rate of 0.0% as of March 12th. Therefore, be it resolved, Buffalo Board of Ed directs Buffalo Public Schools to lift all restrictions by March 21st, 2022 on in-person learning and events. So important to align with and not be more restrictive than the CDC and New York State and Erie County laws and guidance, including but not limited to parent access to school buildings, in-person events, celebrations, student performances, open houses, meetings, field days, etc., conducting science experiments, carpets returned to pre-K and primary grade classrooms, in-person field trips, and then I've added today on the hearing from stakeholders, after-school programming in elementary schools, and community-based organization and provider access to school buildings. I know that we are thankfully moving in the right direction with this. The concern that I have is that the memos that went out on field trips and on visitors, from what I'm seeing, are still more restrictive than the CDC and DOH guidance. For example, the 6 feet of distancing in schools. In suburban districts, they're having performances, they're having plays, they're filling auditoriums, they're not distancing 6 feet. And if we have that in place, it's going to prohibit potentially parents and community members, family, from attending these events that we need, our kids and our families need more than ever. Also with the field trips, there's something in there requiring 3 feet distancing on buses. We already have an issue with capacity on buses, and that to me is going above the requirements for us to transport students to an in-person field trip. It might be decision maker trauma for me after going through all this, but what I don't want to see is protocols, unnecessary protocols, preventing our students from having these experiences. I've heard from a few, and maybe this is changing because of the field trip memo that went out, but I've heard that some high schools have been planning field trips. and they had to cancel them or are thinking about canceling them because of a transportation cost. I'm not quite sure what that means. It should be something that's provided. It was, what I heard was the Anne Frank project. There's some high schools that are interested in attending that, some festival that's occurring at Buff State. And just to give, one example I learned of yesterday of how important it is for these experiences for our students and for our families. I was in the Visual Performing Arts SBMT meeting yesterday, and they talked about having a spring dance for 2 grade levels that really haven't had that high school experience in the 2 years that they've been in the high school. And one teacher spoke about a student who has been withdrawn, who hasn't been completing work, and ever since this opportunity has presented itself, the student has been engaged in completing work. Grades have improved, and there's probably countless examples of students that would be experiencing this change and that need this change. So that is really what's driving this resolution. I know we're moving in the right direction with after-school programming, but I'm hearing that parents want some after-school programming option in all of our elementary schools, and I hope we start moving just beyond the 21st century grant schools to provide something in all of our elementary schools.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Do I hear a second? Motion, Jen, second, Sharon. Thank you very much. Any other questions regarding Mr. Scott's resolution? Mr. Hurd.
Just a couple of things. I'm also concerned about the social emotional welfare of our children moving forward. I would like to see what the district has in place, and also hear from our medical advisor before personally myself agree to the resolution. And also, the second paragraph, I'm not quite sure if social emotional challenges has anything to do with violence in the schools and the surrounding communities. So that's one of the things I see here. And also, a lot of out-of-town field trips, a couple outside field trips. With those field trips, I just wanted to know what are the process that they're following in those locations also. So whenever our children leave the state of New York and go to another state or even to another county, that they have different rules and regulations that they abide by. How would that infringe on those also? And also situations in restrooms and enforcement problems that's coming up. So I just want to see how this affects it also. If you can answer some of those things.
Mr. Scott, would you like to respond?
Yeah. So I think, I'll put on my school psychologist hat, I think the social emotional challenges that anybody that is experiencing can have some influence on explosive, aggressive, violent behavior. But in regards to the field trips, there was a list of institution places in the memo that went out. I think they're all Western New York. So I think we would have a good understanding what their protocols and plans are regarding COVID, if that's what you're referring to. And it's not recommending out-of-town type of field trips.
Dr. Williams, I see you reaching for the mic.
So this is not recommending out-of-town field trips, this resolution, that's what you're saying?
It's not recommending against it, but it's not essentially recommending for it.
Why don't you wait till I ask my question? Can I ask my question and the superintendent can just answer her question?
So my concern here is that today we heard earlier that the district is moving forward for an April 4th date.
And I'm wondering, I'd like to hear what the superintendent has to say to that, because this is, 2 weeks earlier on this suggestion. When the situation with the after-school program, it was not COVID, it was transportation. We have not done anything as a board to improve transportation options for our parents. So I want to know, with suggesting this, how are kids, are we just making it available for people who can pick up their kids, or what? where's the, equity with that? I'm just trying to get some clarity, because my understanding is the bus problem has not gone anywhere. It's still a big problem every day, okay? And so, I'm just curious to know how we're supposed to do after-school program with a busing problem, and how does that limit children? I heard a speaker, Mr. Dell said earlier that at Gloria Parks, the parents are picking their children up. That's an option, I'm sure. It was an option from the very beginning. That conversation was had, the very first conversation that the after-school programs had. That's what their suggestion was, that we allow parents to come and pick their children up. And that was shot down by staff saying that it's not equitable. So children not being able to read is not equitable either, okay? So I want to find out, where are we with this? Because it just appears to me that the problems haven't gone away, and we don't have the solution for transportation.
So we're looking to start our after-school programming with walkers and for children who can be picked up by their parents. So when I mentioned earlier that after-school programming will start on April 4th at 21st Century Schools, it is for walkers and children who can be picked up. There is still a transportation issue, so it would still be difficult if we were trying to do it at all schools for busers also. Now, I know that Ms. Botticelli has been working with the task force, and we are looking to expand it from where we're looking to start it on April 4th. But Ms. Botticelli, do you have anything you'd like to add?
No, I would just say that when we meet tomorrow, we're going to be discussing options for increasing it to the schools that don't have a 21st century or ESD grant. There's several suggestions that the committee has brought forward. Unfortunately, we don't have transportation, so that type of option is not available to us at any of our elementary schools.
And if I could add that we did discuss the transportation issue, and Ms. Kennedy is a part of that task force, and it seemed to me as if there was an understanding, a mutual understanding that transportation would still be a barrier, and it wouldn't be an option for the after-school programming, so it would only be walkers and parents that can pick up.
Well, that's not equitable. Can I speak? And so, since most of the kids weren't getting picked up, they were getting picked up late anyway, I don't understand why certain options can't be made, since all the schools are not 21st century schools. How many schools are 21st century schools?
17.
So you have 17 schools out of our portfolio. We should be able to accommodate after-school transportation to 17 schools if children are not going home, they're staying. That to me seems like that should be workable. That's my opinion.
Mr. Mayor, and then Mr. Mayor.
I'd like to turn to a different question about the language in the resolution. It says to align with and not be more restrictive than the Center for Disease Control and Prevention guidance in New York State and Erie County laws and guidance. Can I get some more explanation about why we're more restrictive rather than aligning with the guidance that is out there?
We work with our medical advisory team, and what we know is that sometimes the CDC and what's recommended by New York State Department of Health, and even what's recommended by the Erie County Department of Health, they're not always the same. And so I'm guessing that we received a recommendation from our medical advisory team on the 6 feet and 3 feet, maintaining our mitigation strategies that we have in place, making sure that temperature readings are happening, making sure that health screenings are done, and ventilation is still happening. Because even though our numbers are decreasing, we do know that COVID is still active. It's not as active as it was, but it is still active. But I believe that we received a recommendation from the advisory team. I'll check on that.
That would be helpful, because I think one of the questions in my mind is, because how recent it was. And also if there's a situation, so I hear what you're saying, looking at guidelines, that's been happening all the way through the pandemic. And I just want to acknowledge the difficulty and the challenge that's presented to everybody to navigate. But there's a couple things that I'm curious about, because as we open up, we have a trajectory. And questions on the table about the after school program is about that trajectory. Why this slow and why not faster? And I'm particularly interested about the busing. So if we alleviate the distancing restriction on busing, that's going to help some of the situation that we're having. And so, well, that's what Mr. Scott had said. So if we're still requiring 3 feet, right? You seem irresponsible.
We're not to and from school.
Okay.
That's where the discrepancy lies.
Right.
How come we would require it for field trips if we're not to and from school?
Right. So, okay. That wasn't really clear in your comments, so I apologize if I missed that. But the piece about aligning is still pertinent. You know, why not align with some of the least restrictive based on our current numbers and what those criteria are? Those are the things that I would like to know.
Do you want to respond to that for us?
No, not necessarily. I don't disagree with what you're sharing. I will look into it, but I would like to share that once we open up at community schools, it will allow children who live in those neighborhoods to also walk to those after-school programs. And we are looking to expand to community schools, so that will help a little bit.
Mr. Hurd.
Yes, thank you for saying that, Dr. Tanya. That was one of my questions, was about how children who live in that neighborhood, they would walk to school in the neighborhood after they get dropped off or after they get dropped off directly at that community location, the Century 21, so they can have access to activities. So would that be possible? How long would it take for the buses to be in line to drop children off to after school programs?
It generally takes about 2 weeks to make a change to a bus route. But the committee tomorrow will be discussing a lot of these options for the other schools that don't have an ESD or 3% grant. One of the options on the table that the committee had raised was keeping those community schools in certain neighborhoods open, so that students could so they could get dropped off there. That would roughly be a 2-week turnaround before they could get the bus schedule aligned. But there's other considerations, so the committee is going to really go in depth into what is possible, what is not possible, and what the best choice would be.
Thank you. And I believe we follow the Erie County Department of Health recommendations, which aligns the work with the CDC. So all this time, our district, to my knowledge, we follow what the Erie County Department of Health has recommended to us, and that's how we're for it. Last thing is that if we do receive a spike, I really think it's going to be horrible to try to get children to put masks on again or run into that type of there's no way to plan for that or no way to pre-plan for anything like that, but I really think that they're the rest of the masks on again, so something that we may have to look into in the future. But as for the resolution, I believe that we are I think it's smart to follow the district plans are at this time and the district dates, and we should take more support time for minutes and the plans that our committee has worked very hard to move forward with the district and set parameters and dates and work with metrics to try to figure out what would be the best way to fully open up our schools and all our programs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hurd. Mr. Scott.
Well, make a suggested amendment to align with the task force, what Dr. Williams is recommending. Could we add after-school programming to begin in elementary schools April 4th? Would that be helpful?
Yes.
I'm not positive that we can get all of the programs open by April 4th, but so at the committee we would be talking about like a timeline to potentially open other programs, because there would be some staffing and contracts.
And that's why I would add the word in that bullet to begin
century partnership. That was one of the things we were going to talk about tomorrow. That's okay.
So are you making any amendment to your amendment?
So what would be reasonable?
I mean, can you add explore? They're exploring. I think they're meeting tomorrow to see.
All right, so
Usually you'd use the words like, as soon as practicable, or as reasonably practicable, as quickly as practicable, something like that, that gives the district a little bit of discretion. Because there's a lot of programming that you've included in here, Mr. Scott, and all of them are a little bit different. Some of it's starting right now, some of it's April 4th, some might be a little bit later than that. But I think Dr. Williams has indicated that, we're working as expeditiously as possible to get these things moving.
All right, I would accept that amendment then to begin as reasonably.
So I will make the amendment I offer the amendment to the board for consideration that we add the words as practically, as practical as possible.
Or as expeditiously as possible.
Expeditiously, I like better, as expeditiously as possible.
I would like to see it written before. I just don't know.
So after school programming to begin in elementary schools as expeditiously as possible, is that the right term?
Well, I think the Buffalo Board of Education directs the Buffalo schools to lift all restrictions as expeditiously as possible on in-person learning and events. And you just replace that March 21 date with that language. Would be my suggestion to the board. And I think that'd be acceptable to the superintendent. Is that acceptable to the superintendent?
Can you read it?
So it would say, therefore be it resolved, the Buffalo Board of Education directs the Buffalo Public Schools to lift all restrictions as expeditiously as possible on in-person learning and events, so to align with and not be more restrictive than the Center for Disease Control and Prevention guidance in New York State and Erie County laws and guidance.
Yes.
Yes, Mr.
I still have issue with the second paragraph also where it's discussing the notable increase in behavior practice and violence in the communities and the surrounding communities and in schools. I'm not quite sure does that have anything to do with this resolution or how we portray or tie it to this resolution. But violence in the community, I don't think has anything to do with the impact of schools.
Respectfully, could I at least deal with one amendment at a time and hear from the board as to whether that language exchange, that date with what was suggested is acceptable to the board? Or there's any objection to that?
Yeah. So since I gave my microphone, Jen, I'll speak loudly. So we have a motion on the floor. I made the motion. Do I have a second? Second by Ms. Cotman. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? The resolution is so amended.
Okay. Thank you, Board President.
On the question.
Only question once again, thank you, President Christian. There's no increase in this school year 2021-2022 in the social emotional changes, behavior, practice, and violence in the schools and surrounding communities among Buffalo public school students. I'm not quite sure if that's has anything to do with violence in the community and tied into the massacre in schools. I still have a puzzle about how that.
So to respond to that, this isn't indicating a cause and effect from mask wearing and violence in schools. What it's trying to indicate is that based on that first whereas, that the isolation, the lack of in-person learning, the lack of interaction with other students, with adults in the school setting has had an impact on many students and adults on their social emotional well-being. And as a result, not just in Buffalo, but everywhere, because of that isolation and what we've been facing and the trauma from this as well, that it has exacerbated behavioral issues and violence among our youth and beyond.
Do you have a different version? The first paragraph doesn't state anything about lack of anything. It just says more of a violence of isolation.
Well, it's, I think, assumed when you have a global pandemic and lives as they were are shut down and students aren't attending school in person, that it's having a negative impact on the academic growth and social emotional wellness of those students.
Is this prior to the COVID pandemic?
Mr. Hurd, is what you're trying to do is amend this resolution to remove the second whereas clause? Is that? Okay, so I'm just trying to see if we want to make a motion to amend the resolution to remove that, and we can discuss that. And
So right now, Terrence, is this in the form of an amendment to Mr. Scott's resolution? What are we doing?
Yes.
So you're making a motion to remove the second whereas.
Yes.
Are you acceptable, Mr. Scott?
Well, I'd like to hear what I think Sharon had.
Ms. Scott?
So I guess the issue here is that if it's not beneficial to the children, socially, emotionally, why would we even organize it and have the events? Why would we even think about allowing parents to have access to schools, in-person events, conduct science experiments, or all many other things? Everything is relative and it's connected. Okay, so we just had a traumatic event in our district that we've never had. And I believe COVID has played a part in it, and our children not being able to have a normal life. So I don't think, I think we're wordsmithing here, and I really feel that, I don't feel it was out of place personally. I thought it was fine.
Thank you, Ms. Cotton. Ms. Picozzi?
Can I just add that our district has done data and has been doing our social emotional work around the fact that we have traumatized all of us from COVID, and it's in everything that we've been doing. It's in every meeting that we talk about. It's in all of our data when it comes to social emotional wellness. What this resolution is presenting is literally just surmising what we already have been dealing with and how we've been moving forward as a district based on pretty much everything that was listed when it comes to being isolated, the behavioral patterns. All of this is tied in with it. Data, am I wrong? Kevin, isn't there data supporting this right here? And that's what I'm saying is I don't understand where might be a disconnect when it absolutely connects to everything we've been doing moving forward as a district, everything we've been basing all of our work during this COVID situation. It's all data driven, and not only that, there's multiple, and anyone who's talked to anyone, and you yourself say you talk to people all the time, you know that people have come to you about COVID-related issues when it comes to how their students or how their families are affected on a social emotional level. And essentially, if it's an adult, that child in that house is affected. Everyone is affected by this. So I'm not sure, and I actually agree with Board Member Cotman that wordsmithing or removing language would actually, almost decrease the value of the resolution because it's very specific to what we've been dealing with as a district and also explains many of the traumas and issues we've been dealing with, including the major incident that we have had in one of our schools. So I fully support the resolution as is.
Any other comments? We have a resolution on the floor. Do I have a second? The resolution is to remove the second paragraph of Mr. Scott's resolution.
Did you second Dr. Evans-Brown? his motion to remove that whereas?
No, I
No.
think, it's factual.
Okay.
It's
I don't think there's a
factual.
second then.
Can someone hand Dr. Kathy Evans Brown the mic, please?
No, I just wanted to confirm that we are dealing with trauma in our district. These kids are experiencing the effect, the after effect of being closed in tiny rooms, doing remote work. You know, I've been in some houses where kids have a little corner with a makeup table online trying to do homework or remote learning. I mean, this has been going on for 2 years or close to it. So these kids are happy to be in school to get out. They feel like they've been caged for a very long time. And so we have to look at the fact that these effects, behavioral, social, emotional challenges, have a link to violence. That's the bottom line. We had seven murders already in the last 2 weeks in the city of Buffalo, teenagers. Not all teenagers, but a couple were teenagers who died. So I would agree to leave it.
So not hearing a second, Mr. Hurd's amendment fails. Any other questions on the amendment? Any other questions on? Okay. On the resolution? Not hearing any, I'd like to bring it to a vote. Mr. Kuzma, can you conduct a roll call?
On the resolution as amended, how do you vote, Ms. Belton-Cotman?
This is without removing the second paragraph.
That's correct. That was not removed. I'm talking about the date being
Yes.
removed and changed. Yeah. Dr. Evans Brown.
Yes.
Mr. Hurd?
Not satisfied.
That's a no?
No.
Okay. Ms. J? Ms. McCosey?
Yes.
Dr. Rivera?
Yes.
Mr. Scott?
Yes.
Ms. Woods?
Yes.
President Petrucci?
Yes.
Okay, resolution passes. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're getting closer, I swear. So we have still 2 more items of business to go through tonight. So first, because we do need to go into executive session, can I ask everyone to stand for our bereavements for this evening?
Bereavements for this evening. December 27th, Frank Austin, retired teacher. February 13th, Robert G. Koth, retired teacher. February 17th, June V. Barnes, mother of Deputy Chief Financial Officer Jim Barnes and grandmother of Community Resource Leader Jimmy Barnes. February 17th, Elizabeth Van Nader, retired music teacher. February 17th, Bonnie D. Hill, retired guidance counselor. February 19th, Carol Borchard Trina, sister of Diana Hills and sister-in-law of David Hills, Associate Superintendent of School Leadership. February 19th, Elizabeth B. Austin, mother of Michelle Brown, a research aide in the Office of Shared Accountability, and mother-in-law of City of Buffalo Mayor Byron Brown. February 22nd, John Barnessi Sr., retired administrator from Black Rock Academy No. 51, husband of Joanne Barnessi, a retired pre-K teacher from school number 45, and father-in-law of Jennifer Barnessi, an art teacher at school number 93. March 2nd, Hattie Reese Hunt, retired teacher, aunt of George Davis, a music teacher at school number 197. March 3rd, George Simonik, security officer. March 7th, James Lewis McGavin, attorney for the Buffalo Public Schools Joint Schools Construction Board and author of the Board of Education Code of Ethics. We can have a moment for silence.
One more, please.
And one more.
I'm sorry. Arlene Lucci, mother of Kim M. Lucci McDuffie, teacher at McKinley High School, grandmother of Brian Davis, teacher and football coach at McKinley High School. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Cozy. Next, may I have a motion to go into executive session for the following purposes. You can be seated, I'm just standing for to discuss collective negotiations with the Buffalo Teachers Federation, the Buffalo Council of Supervisors and Administrators, and Local 409. Number 2, to discuss pending litigation with the Buffalo Council of Supervisors and Administrators. Number 3, to discuss the purchase of real property. And number 4, for the purpose of receiving sage legal advice. Do I hear a motion? So moved by Jennifer McCosey, second by Larry Scott. All those in favor, signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? We will be going into executive session. Thank you very much. Good evening, and to all of our patient viewers out there, good morning. I appreciate everyone for waiting around for us. We went into executive session where we discussed the collective negotiations with the Buffalo Teacher Federation, the Buffalo Council of Supervisors and Administrators, and Local 409. We also discussed pending litigation with the Buffalo Council of Supervisors and Administration and discussed the potential purchase of real property. And as always, we received sage legal advice. No decisions were taken. At this point, I do have a resolution that still needs to be passed this evening. So be it resolved that upon the recommendation of the Superintendent of Schools, the resignation of Jamie Warren will be accepted pursuant to the terms of an agreement previously executed by Ms. Warren, which the President of the Board is hereby authorized and directed to execute on behalf of the district. Further, upon the recommendation of the Superintendent, Ms. Tammy Holly McGee is authorized by the Board to serve as the Acting Chief of Human Resources at the salary of $150,697 effective March 17, 2022. Do I have a second? Second by Ms. Sharon Belton Cotman. Any discussion? Any questions? Hearing none, can you please take all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? The motion passes. Thank you very much. May I have a motion to adjourn?
Right here.
Second? All right, thank you all.